Philippine Chamber of Commerce and Industry, the voice of Philippine business. Established by a dynamic group of individuals with strong leadership presence and passion for business and economic development. An influential alliance of business leaders providing policy directions to government and ensuring sustained economic development. This is the Philippine Chamber of Commerce and Industry. On April 19, 1886, three of the largest Spanish companies in Manila formed the Cámara de Comercio de Filipinas. Following the downfall of the colonial Spanish government, the popularity of La Cámara waned, and a new organization of Filipino and Chinese mestizo businessmen established the Chamber of Commerce of the Philippines, CCP, in 1903. Barely half a century after, a group of industrialists founded the Philippine Chamber of Industries, PCI. On July 1, 1978, the two chambers merged, giving birth to the Philippine Chamber of Commerce and Industry, PCCI. In September of the same year, PCCI was recognized as the country's single voice of business through Presidential Letter of Instruction 780. After more than a century, the Chamber continues to chart the course of economic development in the country. Lending its voice to the government, PCCI continues to be at the forefront to influence public policies in the areas of agriculture and food security, banking and finance, capital market development, energy and power, water utilities, environment, formal and technical vocational education, infrastructure development, intellectual property and innovation, international trade, local economic development, taxation, SME support services, tourism, and transportation and logistics. Covering business comprehensively to ensure the business expansion and country's future growth and progression through its partnership with the government, local chambers, and other stakeholders. PCCI's programs and services include enhancing business environment, SME development, environmental protection and management, corporate social responsibility, national and countryside development, business services, access to local and international training programs and scholarships, publications, breaking grounds with pioneering minds. PCCI is a dynamic force that offers its members fresh new ideas, new choices, and creative new approaches. From only a handful before the turn of the century, the PCCI family has grown to more than 1,600 direct members, more than 100 industry associations, more than 100 local chambers, and around 35,000 SMEs nationwide. to ensure alignment of its advocacies and activities. The PCCI works closely with government, other business groups, donor organizations, and international agencies, as well as the academe. The PCCI also provides a platform that links local firms with the global business community. PCCI also engages foreign chambers, diplomatic corps, international agencies in search of broader trade and economic cooperation. The Philippine Business Conference and Expo is the most important annual activity of the PCCI and one of the most prestigious events in the country. Local and foreign companies wanting to establish new ventures or seeking new markets find it highly attractive to attend due to the many benefits it offers. Every year, more than 800 stakeholders attend the conference, composed of key government officials, business leaders, diplomatic corps, foreign chambers, multilateral donor agencies, PCCI corporate members, bilateral business councils, local chamber and industry association leaders. With resourcefulness, ingenuity, collective ideas, and strength, the Philippine Chamber of Commerce and Industry remains steadfast in its principles of business growth and development. Pioneering, innovating, and trailblazing. The Philippine Chamber of Commerce and Industry will remain as that. One voice of business in the country.
Navigate your business through uncharted territories. Explore innovation and technological advancement. Learn from the government and the country's top business leaders. Transform to a high-income economy. Enhance enterprise performance. Leverage technology and innovate to advance. Improve your business during and beyond the pandemic. Join our 2-day National Business Conference. We are the voice of Philippine business. The 46th Philippine Business Conference and Expo, Innovation at PH, October 7 to 8, Marriott Hotel Grand Ballroom. Navigate your business through uncharted territories. Explore innovation and technological advancement. Learn from the government and the country's top business leaders. Transform to a high-income economy. Enhance enterprise performance. Leverage technology and innovate to advance. Improve your business during and beyond the pandemic. Join our 2-day National Business Conference. We are the voice of Philippine business. The 46th Philippine Business Conference and Expo, Innovation at PH, October 7 to 8, Marriott Hotel Grand Ballroom.
The Philippine Chamber of Commerce and Industry, the voice of Philippine business. Established by a dynamic group of individuals with strong leadership presence and passion for business and economic development. An influential alliance of business leaders providing policy directions to government and ensuring sustained economic development. This is the Philippine Chamber of Commerce and Industry. On April 19, 1886, 3 of the largest Spanish companies in Manila formed the Cámara de Comercio de Filipinas. Following the downfall of the colonial Spanish government, the popularity of La Cámara waned, and a new organization of Filipino and Chinese mestizo businessmen established the Chamber of Commerce of the Philippines, CCP, in 1903. Barely half a century after, a group of industrialists founded the Philippine Chamber of Industries, PCI. On July 1, 1978, the two chambers merged, giving birth to the Philippine Chamber of Commerce and Industry, PCCI. In September of the same year, PCCI was recognized as the country's single voice of business through Presidential Letter of Instruction 780. After more than a century, the Chamber continues to chart the course of economic development in the country. Lending its voice to the government, PCCI continues to be at the forefront to influence public policies in the areas of agriculture and food security, banking and finance, capital market development, energy and power, water utilities, environment, formal and technical vocational education, infrastructure development, intellectual property and innovation, international trade, local economic development, taxation, SME support services, tourism, and transportation and logistics. Covering business comprehensively to ensure the business expansion and country's future growth and progression through its partnership with the government, local chambers, and other stakeholders. PCCI's programs and services include enhancing business environment, SME development, environmental protection and management, corporate social responsibility, national and countryside development, business services, access to local and international training programs and scholarships, publications, breaking grounds with pioneering minds. PCCI is a dynamic force that offers its members fresh new ideas, new choices, and creative new approaches. From only a handful before the turn of the century, the PCCI family has grown to more than 1,600 direct members, more than 100 industry associations, more than 100 local chambers, and around 35,000 SMEs nationwide. To ensure alignment of its advocacies and activities, the PCCI works closely with government, other business groups, donor organizations, and international agencies, as well as the academe. The PCCI also provides a platform that links local firms with the global business community. PCCI also engages foreign chambers, diplomatic corps, international agencies in search of broader trade and economic cooperation. The Philippine Business Conference and Expo is the most important annual activity of the PCCI and one of the most prestigious events in the country. Local and foreign companies wanting to establish new ventures or seeking new markets find it highly attractive to attend due to the many benefits it offers. Every year, more than 800 stakeholders attend the conference, composed of key government officials, business leaders, diplomatic corps, foreign chambers, multilateral donor agencies, PCCI corporate members, bilateral business councils, local chamber and industry association leaders. With resourcefulness, ingenuity, collective ideas, and strength, the Philippine Chamber of Commerce and Industry remains steadfast in its principles of business growth and development. Pioneering, innovating, and trailblazing. The Philippine Chamber of Commerce and Industry will remain as that. One voice of business in the country.
Welcome to the 29th North Luzon Area Business Conference, the biggest annual gathering of local chambers in North Luzon, organized by Philippine Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Ladies and gentlemen, we are proud to present to you the PCCI North Luzon Local Chamber Presidents from Cordillera Administrative Region. Mr. Zosimo Abratique, President, PCCI Baguio. Mr. Rex Balong Angi, President, PCCI Benguet. Ms. Jasmine Deleso, President, PCCI Ifugao. From Region 1, Ms. Rufina Marin, President, PCCI Metro Dagupan. Mr. Pastor Albano, President, PCCI Ilocos Norte. Ms. Lina Flor Hizon, President, CCI of La Union. Mr. Marius Manzano, President, Western Pangasinan CCI. Ms. Esperanza Lajos, President, PCCI Vegan. From Region 2, Mr. Romanito Imperial, President, PCCI Batanes. Mr. Ramon Morales, President, PCCI Cagayan. Mr. Carlo Castillo, President, PCCI Isabela. Mr. Gary Chong, President, PCCI Southern Isabela. From Region 3, Ms. Lourdes Conitayag, President, Metro Angeles CCI. Ms. Amanda Batad, President, Bataan CCI. Ms. Cristina Tuzon, President, Bulacan CCI. Mr. Ruben de Guzman, President, Metro Olongapo CCI. Mr. Renato Arimbuyutan, President, PCCI Nueva Ecija. Mr. Renato Romero, President, Pampanga CCI. Mr. Juanito Reyes Ho, President, PCCI Tarlac. Mr. Joseph Violago, President, San Jose Nueva Ecija CCI. Mr. Danny Piano, President, Subic Bay Freeport CCI. This year's 29th NLab C Chair is Ms. Gregoria G. Simbulan, Area Vice President for North Luzon, and the Vice Chairs are Mr. Tom C. Panis, Regional Governor, Cordillera Administrative Region. Mr. Alexander M. Ang, Regional Governor, Region 1. Mr. Cloyd C. Velasco, Regional Governor, Region 2. Mr. Alvin P. Belarmino, Regional Governor, Region 3. NLab C is one of the 5 area conferences leading to the 46th Philippine Business Conference and Expo, chaired this year by Ms. Enunina V. Mangyo. The annual Philippine Business Conference and Expo is premier event of the Philippine Chamber of Commerce and Industry, headed by its president, Ambassador Benedicto V. Yuhico, and the members of the PCCI Board of Directors. Ladies and gentlemen, these are the distinguished leaders of PCCI and the local chambers of North Luzon. North Luzon has traditionally fueled economic growth in the Philippines. Its huge domestic and export industries such as agriculture, manufacturing, tourism, and services represent a big part of national GDP. Numerous infrastructure projects have likewise positioned North Luzon as a natural destination for development outside Metro Manila. However, like the rest of the country, the COVID-19 pandemic has drastically affected these flourishing industries. Quarantine measures and health protocols meant businesses had to close or just partially operate. The supply chain was disrupted. Consumer confidence became weak. The cost of doing business skyrocketed. The economy was paralyzed. However, local chambers are responding to the challenge. Driven by its indomitable bayanihan spirit, the business community is stepping up and remains at the forefront in helping communities and enterprises alike. Through a variety of corporate social responsibility initiatives and continued advocacy for national government and LGU support. Despite critical challenges, prospects for an economic rebound still remain strong. History has proven the resilience of the people of North Luzon, who have time and again bounced back from crippling natural and man-made disasters. With the necessary support from the government and other stakeholders, and fueled by the entrepreneurial spirit and industrious nature of its people, it is just a matter of time before North Luzon will rebuild its vibrant economy. Strategic innovation in businesses can accelerate their recovery process. Strategic innovation in governance can revitalize enterprises and help them get back on their feet. Strategic innovation can generate employment and revive the economy. Strategic innovation towards economic recovery, resilience, and sustainability. Welcome to the 29th North Luzon Area Business Conference.
Good morning, magandang umaga sa inyong lahat. I hope na nasa mabuti kayong kalagayan. Kahapon masyadong maulan, and I hope na ngayong araw na ito, it's going to be one insightful day again for our second day of the 29th North Luzon Area Business Conference. Welcome friends, guests, to our second day. And we are now live on Zoom, YouTube, Facebook platforms. So lahat po ng kaibigan natin, imbitahan na po natin na manood, di ba? Ngayong umaga dito sa ating second day with the theme Strategic Innovation Towards Economic Recovery, Resilience, and Sustainability. This event is organized by the Philippine Chamber of Commerce and Industry, led by the Area Vice President and the Regional Governors of North Luzon. Before we begin, I would like to remind everyone of the conference and open forum guidelines. First, mute all your audio at all times. Second, if you have any questions, kindly type in the Q&A button, which can be found on the middle portion of your screen. And third, make your questions concise and direct to the point. If you have questions for a specific speaker or panelist, kindly include their name in the question. Ito, I'm sure excited kayong lahat. Tayong lahat, dapat kasama na rin po kami dito. For some exciting news, everyone, for our participants, we'll be raffling off amazing, take note everyone, amazing prizes towards the end of today's session and program. So stick around everyone ha. Ito po ang mga ipamimigay sa session na ito. Unang-una, 10 JBL wireless in-ear headphone. Hindi ko lang, 10 JBL wireless in-ear headphone. Yan. 2 Samsung Galaxy Tab A tablets. 2 Samsung Galaxy tablet. At for our major prizes, 2, take note everyone, 2 Acer Aspire laptops. Ayan, so stick around. Lahat po, I think, hindi lang naman dito ang tinitignan natin. Siyempre, yung magandang pag-uusap, discussion with our speakers and panelists for the day. So, we enjoin all participants to stay until the end of the program. for a chance to win these prizes. And of course, listen to our speakers as mentioned, talk about innovation, economic recovery, resilience, and sustainability. Okay, good morning everyone, and again, welcome to our second day of the 29th North Luzon Area Business Conference. This is your host, Paolo Tibig from Bataan CCI. Magandang umaga sa inyong lahat, and I hope na nag-almusal na tayo, at I hope na ngayon din ay bubusugin tayo na mas marami pang, di ba, insight at malalaman natin within today with all our guests and panelists, and I'm sure, and all the exciting prizes are waiting for all of us. So stick around, stay tuned, and with us dito dapat na tuloy-tuloy na magkakasama tayo. To deliver the invocation, please welcome the President of Metro Angeles Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Ms. Lourdes Connie C. Tayan.
Let us all bow our heads and feel the presence of the Lord. In the name of the Father, of the Son, of the Holy Spirit. Amen. Dear Lord, we come to you in prayer, in Jesus' name, to ask you to heal our land from this present crisis and challenging times. May our land be whole again. Merciful Father, release us from this pandemic and this crisis threatening each and every country. Guide and protect the doctors, nurses, the frontliners, and everyone working hard in this fight. Give our leaders the wisdom to guide our nation out of the current economic crisis. Lord, today, we thank you for bringing us together, the leaders of the Philippine Chamber of Commerce and Industry and the North Luzon area in this 29th North Luzon Area Business Conference. Bless this conference, the speakers, the participants, and our guests and spectators, that we may come up with appropriate advocacies, innovative strategies and solutions, and courses of action to meet our goals towards an early recovery, resiliency, and sustainability of our economy, our businesses, particularly the micro, small, and medium enterprises, and to restore jobs, earning capacity, and well-being of our workers and our people. In unity and solidarity, please grant us strength and wisdom to rebuild our nation together as one. Keep us strong in faith, hope, and love. In Jesus' name, amen. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. And fill the
Maraming salamat Miss Tayag for that invocation. Alam nyo, to get us more inspired for the day, meron tayong ni-ready na mga homegrown talents ng North Luzon, and I would like to introduce to you everyone a kid who has been a grand champion for Bufex Kids Grand Champion for 2016 and won the junior champion category for the world champion of the performing arts. Let's all welcome Miss Dana Alexa Arsiaga. galing-galing talaga, world class, and I think Dana have exemplified what Filipino talent means to all of us. For that heartwarming number, I'm sure lahat tayo ay lalo talagang na-inspire for today's session. Again, magandang umaga sa inyong lahat at welcome dun sa mga papasok pa lang natin ng mga bisita, mga participants natin all over, not just in North, not just in Central Luzon, but all over the Philippines and the world. Good morning at magandang umaga sa ating lahat. Okay, moving forward with this, to introduce our keynote speaker for today is Philippine Chamber of Commerce and Industry President Emeritus. Please welcome Mr. George T. Barcelon.
pardon me for a while. I have to introduce my video. Good morning, everyone. First of all, before I introduce our guest speaker, I'd like to greet everyone a good morning, starting with Secretary of Department of Science and Technology, my good friend, Secretary Boy de la Peña, and with him, the Undersecretary Yusek Rowena Gev, also Yusek, and also NEDA, Yusek Mercedita Zumbilia, and to our dignitaries from PCCI, our President, Ambassador Benedicto Uwico, our Chair, Madam Alegria Binglim Hoko, our PCCI Chairman and Treasurer, Mr. Sergio Ortiz Luis, our Area VP, Gigi Simbulan, Chairman of the North Luzon Area Business Conference, other Area VP, Delia Jimenez, Gay Alegrio, and to my fellow co-workers in PCCI, Directors Rene Simbulan, Mr. Sammy Lim, and to the Chairman of the 46th Philippine Business Conference, Ms. Nina Magno, to our committee chairman for CSR, Nora Lacuna, and other directors that I might have missed, and to our fellow co-workers in the chamber movement. Good morning to all. I'm given the pleasure to introduce our guest speaker, Secretary Boy de la Peña. He is better known as Boy because he's very amicable. He is very friendly to all, high and low people in the society. He has served as the president of the Philippine Association for the Advancement of Science and Technology, and is also a former chairman of the United Nations Commission on Science and Technology for Development. Our speakers also served as professor of industrial engineering and director of the Institute for Small and Medium Industries at the University of the Philippines. He is credited for playing a key role in the creation and implementation of several government programs, such as the Technology Business Incubation Program and the Manufacturing Productivity Extension Program, which has been supporting small enterprise since 1991. I had the pleasure of traveling with our Secretary, Boy de la Peña, to Japan when we attended the STEM program that was hosted in Japan. And we're very happy also for his support to PCCI in many of our science and technology project and that was held in Cebu. So he has been a partner for the development through his collaboration with the private sector, especially with PCCI. So ladies and gentlemen, let us all welcome the Secretary of the Department of Science and Technology, Secretary Fortunato de la Peña. Thank you.
Morning, everyone. First of all, I would like to greet the leaders of PCCI. I may not be able to mention all the names, but first of all, I would like to thank President Emeritus George Barcelon for that very kind introduction. Maybe I should reveal that George and I finished engineering in the same year in different schools. Okay, so that was way back in 1969. I would like to greet the chair, Bing Sibalim Hoko, a very good friend, and I really admire the leadership that she has been doing in different associations, including, of course, PCCI, to the present head or president, our President Yuiko. Of course, the shall we say uh, ever dedicated proponent and advocate of exports. We have June Ortiz Luis, and I would like to greet in a special way uh, the person who has been very busy in making preparations for this in the Northern Luzon Business Conference. And I'm referring to my kababayan, Gigi, and of course, together with husband Rene. I would like to devote the time that has been given to me as keynote speaker in two parts. A very short part just to maybe share to you the reminders that I have been giving to our clients that would include our researchers, our inventors, and the entrepreneurs whom we are helping, particularly at the micro, small, and medium scale level. And the second part, I would like to take advantage of this opportunity to get our participants or members informed of what the Department of Science and Technology has been doing in the area of innovation, of course, with the goal of sustainability. So the first part basically is a reminder on seven, shall we say, strategies or approaches that we have to keep in mind, particularly now during a very difficult and challenging environment. Of course, these things have to be practiced even under normal circumstances, particularly during our recovery process. The first one, and by the way, these seven reminders all end with the letters T and Y. Okay, of course, TY to us means thank you. But let me proceed. The first one, of course, since we have been talking of innovations, whether technological innovations, marketing innovations, organizational innovations, I think the shall we say, the main driving force in innovations is creativity. And that is the first reminder that I would like to make in doing business now, in adapting to the so-called new normal, and in planning for recovery, we have to practice creativity because this will be the initiator of the innovations that we hope to introduce. The second one, I always remember this, particularly since the time when I was director of the UP Institute for Small Scale Industries. And I have been observing that many small industries are very agile. And to me, this is important, particularly now, agility, the ability to respond to changes, maybe to repurpose, and to shift maybe focus so that we can adapt to the changing demands, to the changing restrictions or constraints that we face. So creativity, agility. The third one, of course, I always remind our researchers about this. It might as well be applied to different business sectors because sometimes when we deal with a particular sector, let us say we are in the food sector, we sometimes take the view that well, this is the specialization that we have, and therefore the people I need are experts in food. Okay, but today I think the principle of interdisciplinarity has to come into play, and we have to take into account what are the disciplines that are going to make a significant contribution to my business, and this is what I term as interdisciplinarity. Of course, in research and development, this is now very, very important. The fourth that I would like to mention, this is something that DOST has been keeping in mind and has been guiding us in the programs that we have been undertaking. Of course, particularly since I came in with the team Science for the People, and I am referring to inclusivity. In everything that we do, we think of inclusivity. We think, of course, of a more equitable distribution of benefits of labor, and we hope to include everyone. The fifth after that is something that is very, very well known to our businessmen, our industrialists in PCCI. And in fact, there were times that I have worked with PCCI on this particular area, and I am referring to, of course, to productivity. Okay, productivity is the key to our competitiveness, and I believe that there is no top to initiatives towards improving our productivity, whether we are talking of labor, whether we are talking of capital, or whether we are talking of technology. Okay, productivity is very important. The sixth reminder that I have been giving, of course, is found in our team today, and this is sustainability. When we introduce something, a change, we try to develop new things, we innovate, and then we implement. We always think whether and how this can be sustainable. And we always think about this when we implement programs at the Department of Science and Technology, whether we can sustain it. What happens after the government support is gone? What happens when this is all in the hands of entrepreneurs? Can this be sustainable? And I think in everything that we do now, we think of sustainability. If the generations before did not pay attention to the sustainability part, I think it is our duty and moral obligation to see to it that sustainability is considered in all our actions. And finally, I just would like to give also a reminder, in introducing changes, there might be certain results or outcomes that may surprise us, whether this is negative or positive. And let me just cite an example which I got from a friend very recently. Many institutions, not only businesses, okay, have been affected by the present condition. And my friend is very closely supporting, or she is very much, shall we say, connected to a retreat house. Okay, so ito yung mga spiritual retreat. Wala na po ngayon nagre-retreat, ano? Karamihan ng mga retreat ngayon online na rin, ano? And so the people who are employed in the retreat house are about to lose their jobs, and so these people had some kind of a additional business for the retreat house, and this was to bake products which are usually bought by those who get into the retreat. But now there are no more retreatants. So what will be the source of their income? So my friend decided to help them by way of online marketing. But what surprised her is that she got as many as 1,200 calls and orders a day. Okay, and just answering that as a single person really gave her a lot of problem. So she got bashed, okay, because she cannot even reply to the messages, and of course cannot deliver because of the volume. And so she had to frankly say that she was just helping a group, and that because of that admission of a problem, many of those who were even bashing her decided to help. I just wanted to mention that because of the last reminder that I have, that when we introduce innovations and changes, let us be prepared to be able to manage it. And I am talking of manageability. So to end the first part of my message, let me just repeat the 7 reminders that I have been giving: creativity, agility, interdisciplinarity, inclusivity, productivity, sustainability, and manageability. So I hope you will remember those reminders. And now allow me to proceed to the second part. As I said, I will take advantage of this opportunity to very quickly show you the activities, projects, the services that we have at the Department of Science and Technology, particularly our research and development institutes. I will not talk about the scholarships anymore. I will not talk about weather forecasting or volcano monitoring, but those are part of our duties. But let me go through the activities of our research and development institutes and the research centers that we have supported to be established in different parts of the country. They may not belong to us, they are actually belonging to universities, but they have been expanding our pool of researchers in the country. So may I request the Secretariat to share, okay, the screen for the PowerPoint that I have prepared. So give a few minutes so that the PowerPoint that I have sent can be shared with us. Anyway, I got a message that said that my connection was rather spotty, on and off, and requested that I repeat the 7 reminders that I gave. So while the Secretariat is helping me to share my screen, they are number 1, creativity, if we want to be innovative, agility, so that we can adjust immediately to changing situations, interdisciplinarity, inclusivity, productivity, sustainability, and manageability. I hope you got that. So may I get feedback from the Secretariat if we can show my PowerPoint on the screen? Okay, so the Secretariat said they're loading it. Okay, so they are now sharing the presentation. Thank you. Title actually is DOST Innovations in the Value Chain, New Options for Our Enterprises, MSMEs. Okay, so I have given the title already, DOST Innovations in the Value Chain. Thank you very much, Secretariat. So this, I'll go through this very quickly. So the title is DOST Innovations in the Value Chain, New Options for MSMEs, Surviving the Challenges of the Pandemic through Innovation. Next slide, please. So with our research and development institutes and our partner higher educational institutions, we offer the following: testing services, training services, technology adoption, and the research and development collaboration. Next slide, please. I would like to introduce first our one of our research institutes. This is the Food and Nutrition Research Institutes. Excuse me. Paki-off lang yung phone dear. Paki-off. Now, the DOST, FNRI will are actually promoting commercialization and utilization of technologies from publicly funded R&D. This is where our products for nutrition complementation, for reducing malnutrition, and other products are being introduced and developed. One of these that is very popular now and which has attracted many collaborators is the relaunching of what we call e-Nutriban, or the enhanced Nutriban, which will be distributed by the Department of Health and the Department of Social Welfare and Development. So there are now many private producers who came for the adoption of the technology. So it is called enhanced because for a 160-gram Nutriban, you get all the needed nutrients and energy requirements for that particular time. Okay. Next slide, we move to another research and development institute, and I am referring to the Industrial Technology Development Institute. This is probably our research institute, which has a very wide coverage in terms of R&D and in terms of services. So, for example, the items that were shown here, for example, under operations, okay, the latest technologies that they have here to share, particular to our entrepreneurs. They have the reactors, okay, for dishwashing soap. They have the nano coating materials as post-harvest treatment. They have the modular multi-industry center, which is actually a new version of the Food Innovation Center. So from food, this is now a multi-industry center for innovations. Then our services include analytical testing, the development of transport packaging. Then we have, of course, treatment of wastewater and other related activities, including energy management. Okay. And then, of course, part of our packaging services would be in the area of branding and labeling. So these are just some of the examples. And very soon they will start the online training programs, okay, of ITDI. They call it Nego Show. Next slide, please. We move to another research and development institute. While this is, I think, still under the Industrial Technology Development Institute, the activities related to business matching, to training, to the use of facilities, to technology licensing, because our facilities can be availed of by the industry and the academic sector with proper arrangements. Next slide, please. We have still under the Industrial Technology Development Institute, one of their bigger divisions is the Packaging Technology Division. It takes care of developing appropriate package designs, okay, including labels for increased product viability and competitiveness. Of course, they provide training related to packaging design and labeling. They provide packaging related testing services and other services such as package technology improvements, the identification of appropriate packaging techniques, and to develop and evaluate transport containers and training on self-life testing. The upcoming facilities that they have, there are two new buildings that are being constructed in our DOST compound in Bicutan, is the Green Packaging Center, which hopes to develop green packaging materials into packaging, and the simulated packaging center, which will actually take care of testing packaged products, simulating the actual conditions of transport. The next slide covers our Forest Products Research and Development Institute. So if you can take a look at the items that they have listed here, for example, the traditional technologies that are still popular: handmade paper, bamboo for furniture, bamboo for handicrafts, wooden furniture. You have wood waste utilization, charcoal production. You have now they have developed the so-called antimicrobial soaps and other products that are in demand today because of the requirements for sanitation and cleanliness. They have used forest products as scents for this both the solid and liquid soaps and sprays that they have developed. Next slide, please. We now, from forest products, we go to our Philippine Textile Research Institute. Okay, so moving towards contactless product development. And this one includes training on garment prototyping activities at the DOST PTRI. Now they are very much into the research on non-traditional textiles. So for example, the case of bamboo, okay, which is going to be, I think, very much in demand as a textile material. And they are also working on the different applications of fibers, not only for wearables, but even up to construction. And one of our major contribution in 2019 was the construction of a yarn innovation and production center in Miagao, Iloilo, where we can now produce our own textile yarns coming from the cotton that is planted in the same place. Next slide, please. We have our Electronics Product Development Center. This is actually under our Advanced Science and Technology Institute, but the facility is located beside the Metals Industry Research Development Center in Bicutan. And this is for the electronics product developers and even for the researchers and from the academe. The services that can be availed of will be the prototyping, fabrication assistance, safety testing, electromagnetic compatibility testing, and of course training. Right now they are busy doing the functional testing of the local ventilators that have been developed by 3 institutions or organizations that were funded also by DOST, because they have to pass through a third-party evaluation first for functionality before they can be tried to human beings. Next slide, please. We have the Advanced Science and Technology Institute. Of course, in recent years, they have been busy with our space technology development program, but now that the Philippine Space Agency has been created, they will go back to many of those that are under their area, like networking, wireless IPv6, domain name system registration, electronic products development, and other products that they are developing. And during the recent SONA instructions of the President, where DOST is one of those agencies that were asked to study the utilization of unused TV frequencies, particularly in delivering remote learning, ASTI is the one that is heavily involved with the help of our Philippine Council for Industry, Energy, Research and Development. Next slide, please. We have the Advanced Mechatronics, Robotics, and Industrial Automation Laboratory, or AMERIAL. This is located within the Metals Industry Research and Development Center. This is going to play a very important role in lifting up the conditions or the capabilities of our manufacturing enterprises to shall we say, approximate or move towards industry IR 4.0 or Industrial Revolution 4.0. In our recent agreement where we signed, DOST signed with the Phil Export, that is one of the commitments that we gave to Phil Export, that if they will recommend the companies that they feel are prepared for moving towards 4.0, we can help them. And this is also our approach. We identified our beneficiary firms in our small enterprise technology upgrading program to see which ones are already ready to move towards IR 4.0, and we will be helping them with this facility and manpower, the trainers. Next slide, please. So from the advanced mechatronics, we give a better idea of the entire metals industry research and development center. Of course, they are focused on metalworking, metal casting, analysis and testing, industrial training, surface engineering, and one of the biggest projects that we have been co-implementing now with the DTI and with the Mold and Die Association of the Philippines is the Mold Technology Development Center, which is now being constructed in the PESA area in Rosario, Cavite. And MIRDC is also one of two institutes under DOST that has been working on our advanced manufacturing center, which I will show in a little while. Next slide, please. So I think I have no slide on the Advanced Manufacturing Center, but that is actually a joint program of the Industrial Technology Development Institute and MIRDC to use additive manufacturing as an approach, and of course to develop new materials that they can use for additive manufacturing, particularly 3D printing. Now, we also have a program for startups. There is a part which is a research grant program for startups. So with the enactment of the Innovative Startup Law, we are now, I think, more, shall we say, empowered to help our startups with research grants. Okay, so meaning to say, since it is already in the law, we are not worrying about COA when we give startup research grants to our startups. Next slide, please. These are the new research centers that we have supported in 15 regions of the country. We call them niche centers in the regions for R&D, and they are, most of them, almost all, are located in universities throughout the country, spread in 15 regions, focusing on very specific commodities. The first batch that you see here, the 24 nicer centers in the regions, I think are about 80% in the area of agriculture, aquaculture, and even natural resources. But the next ones that we are putting up are more on the industry and energy sector. So you can see that the commodities are very specific, but you know they will be the best to approach if you have any particular concern in this area. And we told them that even if you are located in your region, you have a responsibility to serve all regions of the country. And so these are garlic, for example, and other condiments for Mariano Marcos State University in Region 1, freshwater fisheries in Isabela State in Region 2, citrus R&D in Nueva Vizcaya, queen and pineapple in Camarines Norte, and so forth and so on. In Samar, they have Crustacean Center. In Misamis, they have the Sea Cucumber Center. In Sultan Kudarat, they have the Halal Goat Center. In Tawi-Tawi, they have the Seaweeds Center. But now we already have the following, which are not in agriculture: the Mountain Engineering R&D Center in the University of Cordilleras, the Advanced Materials for Energy at the University of Santo Tomas, the Disaster Risk Reduction Management Health Center in UP Manila, and the I think there is also a renewable energy center in Ateneo de Davao and a center for astronomy at the Rizal Technology University. Next slide, please. So this is just an example of a niche research center. This is found at Isabela State University in Region 2, the Freshwater Fishery Center. They are focusing on freshwater eel and a very expensive fish called ludong. Okay, and the fries are coming from the sea. They take it and bring them to their aquaculture or fish pond areas. So they are creating a new industry now in this particular sector. Next slide, please. Now, the other one that complements our niche research centers is the program which we call CRADLE. This is a funding program for R&D collaboration between academe and the Filipino private companies. The private company, of course, wants research for solving problems and for innovations, whether technology or products, and the academe wants to do research. Originally, before, they just want to publish and to have patents, but this time, we are motivating them to work together so that the research that will be done by the academe will have immediate impact on industry. But this is done on a one-on-one. The industry or the enterprise is the one choosing which university they want, and they make a proposal. It is a good program, but the recent announcement that we have made attracted more than 130 proposals, and unfortunately our budget for the rest of the year for that may only cover around 25 partnerships. Next slide, please. So these are some of the details of our Cradle Challenge. This is collaborative research to leverage the Philippine economy. So we announced a team which is equipping industries for the new normal as the theme of the researches. So 150 pala yung proposals that we have received. Next slide, please. And this is now moving towards the end. Meron pa po ba? Is there any other slide after this? So that sums up my presentation. The first part on giving some reminders to our different clientele, which includes, of course, industry, on how we can move forward in these circumstances where we are in. And the other one is a presentation of the DOST innovations in the value chain. Thank you very much and have a productive day.
Secretary Boy de la Peña. Ang ganda ng mga sinabi ni Secretary, no? To summarize yung at least yung mabilis lang na ma-remind tayo of what he said. Ito po yung parang acronym, SCAMPI. Yan, SCAMPI. Ano po yung SCAMPI? I hope, Secretary, you will allow this.
Yeah.
Innovation.
That's very good, very good.
Ito po yung sinabi ni Sec Boy, no? Innovation equals SCAMPI. So what's SCAMPI, everyone? Sustainability, creativity, agility, manageability, productivity, inclusivity, and I think yung last is interdisciplinary. Tama po ba, Secretary? Ayun po. SCAMPI, everyone.
Perfect. Very creative.
Maraming salamat, Sec Boy. Very, very informative. Now, please stay, Secretary.
Yes.
We call on AVP Simbolan, President Emeritus George Barcelon, and our North Luzon area regional governors and presidents and PCCI Board of Directors and Officers. Paki-turn on po yung inyong mga videos for one virtual group photo. Ayan, all smile everyone. Smile po tayong lahat.
Okay.
Ayan. That's it. Ayan. Maraming salamat po, Secretary Boy. Maraming salamat and all the rest ng ating mga officers. Now, Before we proceed, everyone, with our next session, we would like to thank our events partners, Cleanway of Herma Group of Companies and RG Simbulan and Partners Corporation of Simbulan Group. Our major sponsors, Subic Bay International Terminal Corporation, and our sponsors, Royal Crest Cement, McKinney Foods, and LX Events. Bro, maraming salamat po sa inyong lahat. And now, we shall proceed to our third session for this conference, everyone. Innovations to revitalize North Luzon SMEs. To give an overview of the session and to introduce our resource speakers in the PCCI, is PCCI Regional Governor for Cordillera Administrative Region. May we call on Mr. Ernest C. Panis.
Thank you, Paulo. Good morning, everyone. First and foremost, I would like to welcome again all our delegates and participants and the entire chamber movement for attending the second day of the 29th North Luzon Area Business Conference organized by the Philippine Chamber of Commerce and Industry. I am Tom Panis, the Regional Governor of PCCI Cordillera Region, and I will be chairing this session this morning. Our session today is focused on innovations to revitalize North Luzon MSMEs. The only thing that is constant in this world is change. We learn to adapt to trends in technology, not only to be attuned to the times, but to open opportunities for growth and convenient living. Imagine returning to a world without computers, a world without cell phones, without intelligent cars, without computers, automated teller machines. The comforts of technology that we now enjoy, we owe to the many hours of R&D, the research and development many industries has undertaken way back in the 70s. Innovation plays a key role in achieving economic progress. Competitive advantage and accessibility of information through efficient communications technology are undoubtedly on top of our business agenda. In this session, we will tackle these two priority concerns for innovation that have significant roles in the growth of our businesses and industries. To continue, we will now may now be privileged to introduce our distinguished resource speakers for this session. Our first resource speaker is currently the Undersecretary of the National Economic and Development Authority, or NEDA, of the Regional Development Group. Before joining NEDA in 2012, she worked as full-time research in various international research organizations, including the International Food Policy Research Institute, the International Rice Research Institute, and the Southeast Asian Center for Graduate Studies in Agriculture. Her field of expertise is on agriculture and rural development, focusing on policy studies that improve rural income and welfare, enhance resilience to climate change and other natural disasters, and promote sustainable growth. Our resource speaker will be talking on developing regional competitiveness in the new normal. Ladies and gentlemen, let us all welcome Undersecretary Mercedita A. Zumbilya.
Secretariat, can I share my screen, my slides? Okay. Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Mr. Panes, for that generous introduction. A pleasant good morning to all business sector in the northern business sector stakeholders participating in this 29th North Luzon Area Business Conference. PCCI has always been a strong partner of NEDA, especially in the achievement of competitive and inclusive development. Thank you for this invitation. Once again, for us to present the strategies that we think would help the country recover this pandemic. Can everybody see my slides?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you. Okay. Okay, my presentation will be grouped in three categories. Just to very briefly to show where we are, where the Philippines is in terms of its competitiveness performance, and what are the initiatives that we have been doing, the government has been doing to enhance competitiveness, especially for the private sector. And then I'll go very quickly describe how the impact of COVID-19 and ECQ, have been on the business sector, and then, to get into how we are moving forward under the new normal environment, to provide some of the strategies to support national and regional competitiveness. Okay. So as you can see on the screen, the figure on the left side are, the 10 most competitive countries as reported in the 2019 Global Competitiveness Report. This is usually estimated or computed by the World Economic Forum. And the figure on the right shows the Philippines competitiveness level. We are ranked 64 among the 141 countries. And I would like to bring your attention to three, to one item here, where we got the highest score, which is on macroeconomic stability. And I think everybody would know, this has been due to the reforms that we have been doing that really, made us really very high on the rank. But also to bring your attention to three items on the screen. One is where we rank, we had a score of 38 on innovation capability, 50 a score on institutions, and a score of 50 on ICT adoption. We have always been done. We have always had, several policies and other initiatives, aimed at improving competitive business environment and promoting more inclusive development. These initiatives have really profound impact, particularly on the MSMEs. And what you can see now on the screen are some of the key laws enacted to support and spur business competitiveness. RA 10644, for example, or the Go Negocio Act of 2014, provides for the development of MSMEs through the establishment of negotiation centers in all LGUs, meaning provinces, cities, and municipalities, to promote ease of doing business and access to services for MSMEs. We have also the 10677, RA 10677, or the Philippine Competitive Act, which provides which helps safeguard the efficiency of market competition. And RA 11032, or the Ease of Doing Business Act, which provides conducive environment for private sector to go into doing business. And more recently, the 1111293, the Philippine Innovation Act, to foster innovation as a vital component of national development, and hopefully to be able to help the country raise its score in terms of the parameter that is being considered by the by the World Economic Forum in estimating the competitive indices. In addition to this, key laws and policies, I need to mention also that the National Competitiveness Council has one key program, which is the creation of the Cities and Municipalities Competitiveness Index, an annual ranking of Philippine cities and municipalities based on an overall competitiveness score from 4 pillars: economic, dynamism, government efficiency, infrastructure, and resilience. Okay, let me now go very quickly and describe what it has been for the business sector under the COVID-19 and the ECQ that was imposed at the very, very beginning. I mean, I think starting from March 15. What we did was what we did at NEDA, because we were asked to come up with a recovery plan. Immediately, that should be implemented immediately after the ECQ, and hopefully when we start overcoming the impact of COVID-19. So we conducted several surveys. One of the surveys that we conducted was an online survey that covered about 44,000 MSMEs all over the country. And as you can see on the screen, the results of the survey show that indeed, the business sector was really hit most. 75% of them, although they reported unchanged cost of production at the time, they were not able to sell because they were, temporarily closed, particularly for the non-essential businesses. And these same firms, although they did not lay off the workers, many of the workers were not able to, receive any salaries because of the temporary closure of these businesses. So, in addition to their losses and the temporary closure and the impact on the employees, we also ask, what are the top most assistance they would need, and 30% of them, indicated that they would need the payment deferment of payment deferment to government loans, payment deferment to debtors like the banks and utility companies, tax discounts or tax credits, low interest loans from governments, and lower interest loans from the banks. These 44,000 MSMEs were mostly, those who responded to this survey were mostly in the NCR and the Calabarzon and the Central Luzon, Region 3 areas. So what we did in order for us to be able to get a more granular assessment of the impact of COVID, we conducted an FGD to cover enterprises outside of the NCR, and we were able to get about 2,400 respondents. But still, it's the same picture that we're shown. 43.5 of the respondents, expressed decrease in revenues, and 13.5% or 62,000 of the 460,650 employees were either laid off or received less or no salaries. The most affected sectors, as you can see on the screen, are the tourism and other accommodation services, manufacturing, food beverages, garments and food services, service activities, as well as wholesale and retail trade. And if you go down the screen, you can see the most affected regions are the Calabarzon, the Davao region, the Bicol region, Central Visayas, and Central Visayas. Okay, so we heard this, we noted all of these results of the survey, and so what we did next was to come up with some interventions that would really help us live under the new normal. We have learned that we will still continue to live with the virus. This will not go away until a vaccine will become available, and will not come probably until the second quarter of 2021. I think that's the earliest that is being talked about, wherein a vaccine will be will become available. So we will continue to experiencing sporadic lockdowns, especially in those areas where there will be huge spread of the disease of the virus. We will continue to have that looming COVID-19 threat. Anybody could be infected because of the absence of the victim. And we will also continue to observe the health protocols, social distancing of 1 meter or more, and to continue doing that hygienic and sanitation protocols. The two sporadic, the two items that we will need to live by, and sporadic lockdowns and the looming COVID threat, will continue to have impact, especially on supply and demand and on economic activities of our economic sectors. So others that we will need to live by under the new normal would be our experiencing of further contraction of the domestic economy. And of course, this will transcend to the performance, also the economic performance of the regions. We will also be experiencing disruptions in the supply chain, primarily in agriculture and food supply chain, as we continue to implement lockdowns, sporadic lockdowns. And of course, a third situation that we need to be contend with would be also to monitor and provide assistance. Provide assistance with regards to the possible heightened risk of financial insolvency of some firms. So at the very, very start, the government has already, pulled its resources, to come up with strategies to support, to support the population, especially the vulnerable groups, as well as the business establishment, get afloat or be able to respond to the pandemic. So to fight COVID and assist the vulnerable sectors, the government immediately pulled its resources and came up with a 4-pillar financial strategy. The first pillar is an emergency support to low-income families, the wage subsidy for employees of small businesses, credit guarantee to support loans of small businesses and several others. So you probably have heard already about the social amelioration funds, the wage subsidy that was given to the laid off workers in government. So that was the first pillar, and that was made available immediately during the lockdown and the height of the COVID-19 pandemic. The second pillar is to expand and strengthen the medical system to fight COVID-19. We know that we need to strengthen our health systems, our health facilities, and health equipments, because that is the only way by which we can allay fears, on the spread of COVID-19. So the second pillar was primarily dedicated to this. In addition to that, we also provided, the government also provided more funds to increase the testing capacity of Department of Health and other hospitals and centers that has to conduct the test. The third pillar is fiscal and monetary actions to keep the economy afloat, to provide additional assistance to businesses and also to banks to enable them to provide the needed credit assistance to business establishments. The third pillar is now, getting into the recovery stage, which we hope we are in now, and which I will be showing to you in the next slide. And finally, the fourth pillar is the economic recovery plan, which aims to provide the needed funds for interventions and strategies that will help the country get onto a more resilient economy. So, and most of these interventions that are now that will be implemented under Pillar 4 are all embodied in the Recovery as One document that NEDA prepared, with all the informations that were gathered from the results of the surveys that were conducted. Just to inform the body, it was not just a business survey that we conducted. We also conducted a consumer survey, and we also conducted survey on the agriculture sector in particular. So now, going on now to the strategies to support regional competitiveness, national and regional competitiveness. This slide shows a phased and adaptive recovery approach to pandemic that aims to reinvigorate the business and competitive sectors across our regions. You can see on the first column the emergency stage, which we think would have covered the period from March to May 2020. This provided, again, as I mentioned a while ago, the funds to respond to the emergency state was provided for by Pillars 1 and 2. The law, we had also enacted the Bayanihan Law, from which most of the funds came from, and it provided subsidies, again, as I mentioned, to the poor and low income families, provided wage subsidy to small businesses, and support the key sectors like the agriculture to ensure food availability, enhance the capacity of a health system, including the provision of support to frontliners during the height of the ECQ. Hopefully, we have already passed this emergency stage. We are now, and hopefully we are now in the recovery stage, which we indicated to be between June to December 2020. Okay, and under this stage, we need to strengthen demand, because that demand will really help invigorate the business sectors to produce more. We have to get people back to work so that they could earn incomes, and we have to create jobs to absorb those that were laid off, and also to those that were laid off and those who were not able to get any salaries during the COVID and the ECQ. We also need to strengthen the supply side of the equation and hence support the production efforts of firms and help them stay liquid by infusing equity and guarantees through the financial sector. The budget for this recovery stage, as described, are Pillars 3 and 4, and it will primarily come from the Bayanihan 2, which is now being deliberated in Congress, and from various structural reforms, which you can see on the screen. We have the guide, which is the government financial institutions unified initiatives to distress enterprises for economic recovery, which we hope, if passed, will provide liquidity and prevent insolvency. We have also, filed this reform, which is the fifth, the financial institutions strategic transfer to help ease banking system stresses from providing low interest rate credit assistance. This will be a joint government and private sector undertaking. And last but not the least is the CREATE, which is the Corporate Recovery and Tax Incentives for Enterprises Act, which aims to lower corporate income tax from 30% to 25%. So all of these structures from plus additional funds that will be made available through the Bayanihan 2 will help support keep businesses afloat and enhance demand and increase production of our business sector. And finally, as mentioned earlier, we hope to get into the resiliency stage, and we are preparing for that. That would cover 2021 onwards. And so, all these interventions and the strategies, for us to get into this resiliency stage are all embodied and provided for in the updated Philippine Development Plan 2017-2022, which I will be discussing in one of the slides in the later presentation. Okay. Oh, which is the next slide. So all the aforementioned information, including the findings and strategies in the We Recover as One report, have been used to update the Philippine Development Plan 2017-2022. And you can note that, we revised the immediate or the medium-term plan. It used to be to provide a foundation for innovative economy, the inclusive growth. We have revised it, to have already as a medium-term goal, a healthy and resilient Philippines, because that is really what we need in order for us to get our business sector, to get our economic sectors really back, towards, their much improved productivity activities, and enhance their competitiveness. The underlined words and phrases that you can see on the screen are the revisions that that reflect how we could enhance the country's resiliency to disasters, including pandemic, adapt to the new normal, and to continue sustained growth towards achieving the ambition natin. Okay, so you can see there technology-enabled responsive governments instead of just ensure people-centered and clean governance. You can see there a humane administration of justice, considering what we have undergone, wherein we really need to take care of our the least of our brothers. We need to enhance values towards bayanihan. We have we have witnessed how bayanihan came about during the pandemic. Under the in order for us to be able to pump prime again our economy, we need to expand opportunities, economic opportunities across region. That would also help us get into more inclusive development. We need to expand access to economic and opportunities, including the digital economy. We are now experiencing that. We are now into the new normal of conducting huge conferences like this. Using the Zoom, using the digital schemes or facilities. That needs to be further strengthened. We need to transform human capital development towards greater agility. One of the 7 things that that was provided for by our keynote speaker a while ago is for us to be agile. To be able for us to be able to quickly adapt to the new situation. And we need to ensure food security and to reduce the vulnerabilities of the Filipinos. During a worldwide pandemic like this, we need to be able to produce enough, for our people, because as the Department of Agriculture has always been saying, hunger is as dangerous as a COVID-19. If we're not able to provide enough food supply for all the people, it could also be a very, very dangerous situation for the Filipinos. Okay, we need to have a more responsive, not only strategic trade and fiscal policy, but also a more responsive fiscal policy. We need to maximize demographic dividend. Now across the different regions, we have to really look into the demographic, how we can take advantage of demographic dividend across the different regions. We have also included now, as a part of our strategies in the Philippine Development Plan, strategies to protect the welfare of the returning OFWs and to expand opportunities, economic opportunities for livelihood. And of course, we need to adhere to the national spatial strategy in developing in development planning, as we also try to strengthen the bedrock strategies, which are the foundations for inclusive, resilient, and sustainable growth. This includes ensure peace and security, accelerate strategic infrastructure development, build safe, resilient, and sustainable communities, and enhance ecological integrity, clean and healthy environment. The next slide shows that, while we are updating all the Philippine Development Plan, we also need to update the regional development plans, for 2017 and 2022. And so we have already done that. Some of the regions have already, uploaded the updated regional development plans. And what you can see on the slides are highlights of the priority strategies of the different regional development plans that support the MSME's development through improving productivity and innovative capacity, access to finance and markets, and resilience to various shocks and risks. If you get hold of the regional development plan, updated development plan, in each of the nether regional offices website, these strategies you could really, see. You could see under Chapter 9, expanding economic opportunities in industry and services, with the specific subsector outcomes on the MSMEs. So in addition to the regional development plans, the regions also came up with crafted also their respective recovery program that incorporate projects and programs and other interventions to fast track the recovery from COVID-19. And going to my last slide, you can see that, we need to really, in order for us to really to support original competitiveness, we need to make sure to strengthen the loop that you can see on the screen, to increase production, to increase supply, entice companies to produce more, to create jobs. This will create jobs, and that will, provide more income to our employees and population, and then that will then strengthen demand. This loop is really are the key in order for us to be able to get onto the recovery, past the recovery stage, and get us on to a more resilient economy. And we have listed here some of the key programs, that we think would be able to support and enhance each of the key items on the above to make the economy get into recovery and to a more resilient state. I think that is my last slide, and thank you. And I hope everyone will have a productive day. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Yusek Sumbilya, for a very perceptive talk and very informative presentation. It is true indeed that we need to develop the competitiveness of each locality in Northern Luzon to revitalize and support our MSMEs, adapting the recent trend and innovation that may help them grow and sustain their profitability. Please stay put, Madam Yusek, and we will have the open forum right after our second speaker. Moving forward, I would like to introduce our second resource speaker for this session. He is the Vice President for Site and Acquisition and Management of Globe Telecom Incorporated. He leads the acquisition and management of site properties and right-of-way for Globe's network facilities. It develops strategic partnerships with the key stakeholders, including government units, and finds innovative and non-traditional ways of overcoming challenges in the site acquisition process. We will be talking on improving connectivity in the Philippines, a work in progress. Ladies and gentlemen, let us all welcome Mr. Vince Tempunco.
Thank you, Mr. Panis, for the introduction. Thank you, PCCI, for having me today, and pleasant morning to everyone. Okay. Before I jump into my presentation, Improving Connectivity in the Philippines, I would like to set the context of Globe's vision and what this means to you. Okay, next slide, please. Okay. We see a Philippines where families' dreams come true, businesses flourish, and the nation is admired. To do our part, we create wonderful experiences for people to have choices, overcome challenges, and discover new ways to enjoy life. In everything we do, we treat people right to create a globe of good. Globe's vision of nation building and enabling businesses to flourish pushes us to adapt to the ever-changing digital demands in this new normal. Next slide, please. Globe is at the forefront and center of this pandemic. Connectivity has never been this critical as it is needed to keep the economy and people's lives going during the community quarantine. Apart from providing connectivity, Globe has been one with the frontliners and has been active with its CSR activities. We have donated COVID test kits, PPEs, face masks, and other essential supplies to help them battle this pandemic. Okay. Next slide, please. The need for us to be digital has never been more pronounced than during this time. During the community quarantine, many Filipinos had to remain at home and rely on digital technologies to cope with the challenges and continue managing their daily lives. This has accelerated the move to digital at a speed that would not have been achieved under normal circumstances. With the customer safety and the public in general is at its utmost priority, Globe has developed digital services to minimize their exposure to the deadly respiratory disease. These include digital challenges such as Globe One, Globe at Home, and GCash. Okay. Next slide, please. As an example, Globe One app allows Globe Postpaid, Globe My Business, Prepaid, and even TM customers to monitor their account, track their usage, pay their bills, and even redeem their Globe rewards. To add, prepaid customers can even purchase load and register to promos. By using these apps, subscribers can do all their Globe transactions without leaving their homes. Next slide, please. Okay. Globe also promotes online education and online health consultation. We are in constant communication with the Department of Education to boost distance learning as a method of education, adapts to the new normal, and when physical face-to-face learning is not yet possible. Globe is also with the Department of Health in encouraging telemedicine health consultation with Consulta MD. Through this service, a customer can call Consulta MD and talk to its doctors regarding their health concerns. Aside from being practical, Consulta MD also protects a customer from unnecessary exposure to COVID-19. Kawayan Isabela, for example, is already using Consulta MD, wherein we provided a voice telehealth kit, which is inclusive of postpaid line and one H100 Android tablet with its diagnostic attachment with unlimited telecom and videocon consultation. Okay. We also encourage fintech use and promote a cashless society through GCash. With travel restrictions imposed and physical distancing a must, Globe gave its customers and the general public the capability to conduct online businesses in convenient, safe, real-time cashless transaction through GCash. The past few months, we've seen an increase in the GCash users. So we currently have 23 million registered users nationwide. And during the first month of the ECQ, registrations grew by a whopping 250%, which shows that Filipinos are adapting to the new normal. Just to cite some of the features and benefits available to businesses and individuals, GCash has this feature called Pay on the Go that is used for cashless disbursements for salaries, incentives, allowances, not only for employees but for your vendors and partners. Okay. This was also used for the disbursement of the social amelioration program. To date, we have 1.7 beneficiaries. Just an example, Makati used GCash for their SAP disbursements to 500,000 Makati residents. Okay. We also have this feature called Scan to Pay for QR, which is a contactless payments in stores. And we can also do, or GCash can also do, upload QR codes in app, which minimizes physical interactions. And as you know, we have this send money feature, which allows reliable domestic remittance. So with GCash, merchants, retailers, government, and netizens can now enjoy the advantages and benefits of a digital and cashless society. Next slide, please. Digital transformation cannot happen without reliable connectivity. Globe has been aggressively investing in and expanding its network to provide better internet connections. Cell sites are needed to enhance signal penetration and to improve the internet speeds for better digital experience. Next slide, please. Fortunately, the Philippines suffers from low site density compared to our neighboring countries. This is due to lack of cell sites in relation to the number of internet users. We are behind the likes of Indonesia, Vietnam, China, and India when it comes to cell sites to internet users ratio. So as you can see in the graph, in the Philippines, we have over 18,000 now, okay, across Globe, Smart, and Dito, and over 4,000 users per site. Whilst comparing to, let's say, a Vietnam, which has 64 million users, and they have 90,000 cell sites, which brings the users per site to 700. So they are roughly about 5 times, they have 5 times more cell sites than we do. Next slide, please. Okay, this table is a very high level illustration of how cell site requirements is a function of both land area and population. If you look at the green and yellow columns, you will see that with almost the same number of sites, the city with a larger land area and population will have slower internet speeds, while a smaller one will have better experience. And if you compare the red and yellow columns, you will see that even if the area is smaller, but the population is bigger, the city will require more cell sites. So Globe designs its network on these two factors. Next slide, please. Can you skip this, please? Okay. Cell sites are safe and do not pose any health risk to people. So there's a lot of misconceptions or misunderstandings about cell sites. Cell sites use low radio frequency, and these RF signals are non-ionizing and therefore are non-hazardous. As illustrated by the graph on the right, RF from cell sites are nothing different from those that come from household appliances like TVs, microwaves, and radios. And according to the World Health Organization, studies to date indicate that environmental exposure to RF does not increase the risk of cancer or any disease. All cell sites of Globe have DOH certification, which ensures that cell sites abide to the set standards and are checked post-implementation. Globally, cell sites are installed in public areas such as stadiums, theme parks, schools, and hospitals. And in the Philippines, hospitals such as FEU NRMF in St. Luke's Global City have allowed Globe to put up cell sites in their buildings to provide connectivity to their doctors, staffs, and patients. Next slide, please. To improve internet speeds, Globe has been aggressively expanding its network. However, we continue to be bogged down by the tedious and slow permitting process. Imagine, to build one tower, Globe needs to get at least 29 permits, and it takes at least 9 months to get these. So imagine if we are going to build 1,000 cell sites, we need to get roughly about 29,000 permits to be able to build them. Okay. We need to get permits from barangays, government agencies like CAAP, DOH, and NCIP, and also LGU. The non-support of homeowners associations due to health misconceptions, wrong information, and biases towards cell towers exacerbates the situation. We cannot even apply for government permits without the consent of these HOAs. However, we have made tremendous inroads recently with with regard to the permitting issues that have plagued the industry for years. The signing of the JMC with DICT, DILG, and ARTA presents an unprecedented opportunity to fulfill our aspirations towards achieving first world internet connectivity in the country. And with this, we continue to appeal to the LGUs to support this initiative because connectivity can only bring development and progress in your cities and municipalities, especially in the countryside. Next slide, please. We would like to partner with you to resolve our slow internet challenge. We need your support in allowing cell sites in your communities and even in your own properties. And if you are already a lessor of Globe, please allow us to continue our builds, upgrades, and maintenance, even during GCQ, ECQ, or any community quarantine level. And for developers, consider and include telco facilities in your plans to make it digital ready and future proof. Okay. And also, we invite everyone to put your LGUs to task by demanding them to streamline the permitting process and aligning their SLAs to the JMC and ease of doing business law. Okay. And encourage their constituents, including HOAs, to support the cell site and fiber builds. And lastly, include ICT and telco facilities in their infrastructure plans, including allowing Globe to co-locate in their properties, including schools and government buildings. We are hopeful that business owners and LGUs will realize the importance of information and communication technology and network facilities in their digital transformation journey. This pandemic has taught us that it is through the use of technology that we can adapt and continue to thrive as one community. It is also with technology, excuse me, we will charter our future and create a world far better than where we are today. We are looking forward to everyone's support so that we are all ready for the new normal. Okay. Next slide, please. Thank you, and together, let's create wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vince Temponco, for that very informative presentation. We will immediately proceed in the interest of time to our open forum. I am sure most of you would like to ask our esteemed panelists some questions, so we will now be moving right away to the open forum. It was mentioned earlier that for those who have questions, please use the Q&A box, and I am going to read it for you. If I am going to read one of the questions here at the Q&A box, this is addressed to Yusek Mercedita Sombilla, Madam. The impact of COVID-19 and the ECQ lockdowns has brought a slow growth movement for local MSMEs We have seen loss and decrease in revenues. It was not only the MSMEs that suffered, it is also affected it has also affected large businesses. And the financial limitations to support policies for recovery are occurring. How do you think the Philippines can address this situation? What are the interventions that we should implement for a more resilient economy?
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for that person that provided that question. As I have already mentioned a while, I mean, it will take really all of us, to really contribute to the recovery that we have to do, for us to be able to get out of the negative impact of this pandemic. For the government, as I have already mentioned a while ago, even at the very, very start of the COVID-19 pandemic and during the height of the ECQ, government have already pulled resources to primarily, of course, help the vulnerable sector, especially, and also vulnerable households, who really, would not be able to have sources of income from which they could really get onto their daily activities. So we have the social amelioration packages that was provided to them. Probably it's not enough, but we needed to give us as much as to most of our constituent as we could. We provided wage subsidy to those who were not able to get their salaries because of temporary closures of many of the establishments, especially the non-essential business sectors. We thought that this should really be the first sector, the vulnerable and the wage earners, that should really be given provided or be provided assistance immediately, so that they continue also doing their daily things that need them to survive. Government also has already provided, but of course we the bigger businesses, we thought that they would still be able to have some funds that would really enable them to really get by to the pandemic. We thought that we would be able to get through the pandemic already by June. But it looks like we're getting into it much longer than we thought, and so the government thought of this additional to get into the Bayanihan 2 Act, to get this Bayanihan 2 enacted by Congress, that will continue to provide support, financial support to those who are needed. Many of those vulnerable sectors will continue to receive. And also the businesses now through the banks. I think the banks will be able to provide them with, a much lower interest rate. They could, provide some financial assistance that will be that will be much easier for the businesses, to access and to avail of, and that would, help them, get themselves afloat as we, get through, all the stages of this COVID-19 pandemic, which we thought, would not really, get to this long. What we are also doing now, as you could probably see, or as probably, is to really get the economy already started to open. So slowly we are now opening the economy, because the government will no way be able to continue providing the support. We just have the funds that we have is not really enough to get us through supporting all the economic activities. So what we are doing now is to slowly opening up, and this is where we need the private sector to to help us in this situation. Some of them could really still we know that they would still have those financial they are still that financial status wherein they could start also chipping in to help uh, 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 provide, like for example, shuttle services for their employees to be able to get back to work. We know that there are still some challenges that we really need to get into, especially that the vaccine is still not in the near, it's not going to be available in the near future. We need to really still secure and to protect ourselves from being infected and from this COVID-19 to really spread out further. So we need those health protocols to be really implemented, and we request all our private sector, our business sector partners to really ensure that these strict health protocols are being observed in their places, and to chip in, like for example, in providing shuttle service to conduct to bring their employees to and back to their homes, because the public utilities will still not be in full function as we move on. The financial, the reforms that we are really trying to have the Congress passed are some of the reforms that we think would help not only the small MSMEs but also the bigger business sectors. But I think the bigger business sector should be should be our partners in really helping us get through the recovery and into the resilient stage of the pandemic. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Madam Yusek. Actually, the four-pillar financial strategy to respond to the COVID-19 crisis was very timely. It's very informative. We do hope that this will be implemented in its entirety.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Madam.
Yeah, we're hoping that will happen really. We're pushing for that, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Po. This is also a question addressed to Mr. Beans Tempunco. Mr. Beans, as shown in your presentation, the Philippines has the least number of cell sites compared to its Asian neighbors. What immediate measures have been implemented by Globe to heed the call of President Duterte in his last SONA for telco companies to improve the quality of their services? Actually, he even mentioned that you are given up to this end of December to improve your cell sites.
Okay. As mentioned by our president, we heed the call or the challenge to improve our services. And however, we have called out as well that we are experiencing challenges as far as the permitting process is concerned. With the recent signing of the JMC by DICT, DILG, and ARTA, we are anticipating that the permits processing will ease up, and we are now gearing up to being able to build more towers or more cell sites as we are able to get more permits from the LGUs.
Thank you. Mr. Beans, you also mentioned a while ago that you are encountering impediments in the delivery of projects. But in our first day session yesterday, ARTA was there to mention that everything is being eased up with regards to the acquisition of business permits to put up cell sites. Have you been visiting the offices of the ARTA?
Yes, we have been coordinating with the ARTA. In fact, we've been coordinating directly with Director General Jeremiah Bellica. And in the past few weeks, we have been submitting all the pending permits across the various LGUs and national government agencies. So to date, we've been able to submit and raise over 1,000 sites that are currently pending with the LGUs and the national government agencies. So
Thank you
we're
very
hoping
much.
that with this help provided by ARTA and the LGUs will open up and provide these permits quickly so that we can immediately start the builds of these cell sites.
Maraming salamat po. This is a question addressed to, again, our USEC. Hi, ma'am. We in the tourism industry were maybe the first one to shut down and maybe the last to open. A lot of us have already shut down. Will there be programs to help us at least sustain our existence while waiting for the time when we can start our operations again?
Yeah. Yes, thank you again. Yeah, tourism sector is part of the financial strategy. I mean, support that we are providing to the business sector. Yeah, it is really, we recognize that, and as you can probably see in the results of the survey, one of the tourism sector and the food and accommodation services were among the establishment that were most hit, during the pandemic, and because of the vulnerability of the sectors, with regards to the nature of the COVID-19, it is now, we are really trying to, devise already intervention and strategies that would really make it safe for everybody, when this opens up. But that is already being discussed and that is already being presented. Some of the strategies are now being presented that, probably soon, when we are more or less be able to manage, the spread of the COVID. The reason, if you probably have already been informed, Boracay now, one of the tourist spot, famous tourist spot, is now open to accept, So slowly we are getting into that. But tourism sector is one also of the sector that would be included, that is included in the package of financial assistance that we are now trying to, get make available to all the business sectors.
Maraming salamat po, Madam Yusek. Actually, those are only the questions written here in our Q&A box. So we would like to, once again, to thank our distinguished resource speakers, Undersecretary Sombile and Mr. Vince Tembunco, for sharing your knowledge and expertise, particularly on innovation concepts and strategies. We would now...
Thank you also, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the opportunity to be with the conference with your stakeholders.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, as well. Thank you, PCCI, for having me today.
I now turn over the proceedings to Paolo.
Ayan, maraming salamat kay Yusek Sumbilia, kay Vince, and Sir Tom. Maraming salamat po sa inyong lahat. At this point of time, I would like to acknowledge our guests na nandito pa rin at sticking with us, everyone. Joining us, Secretary De La Peña, maraming salamat, sir. Ambassador Yuwico, Ms. Bing Limhoco, Mr. Ortiz, Luis, ABP Gigi Simbulan, ABP Delia Jimenez, ABP Gay Alegrio, ABP Clarine Tovias, Sir Ed Lacson, Mr. Rene Simbulan, Sir Sammy Lim, Mr. Roberto Amores, Mr. Jose Leviste, Jesus Barela, kay Ma'am Enonina Mangyo, kay Miss Nora Lacuna, Mr. Bernardo Benedicto, Mr. Ruben Pascual. And then sa ating mga speakers, thank you again, Yusek Mercedita Sombilia, DST Rowena Guevara, Mr. Temponco, Miss Cherry Atilano. Later, mamaya maririnig natin sila. Sa ating mga regional governors, Sally Lacson ng Region 4, Joe Tayawa ng NCR Central, Miss Tess ng Tian ng NCR South Central, former National North Luzon ABP Robert Lim, Al Lau, and Nelson Yu Chong Dan. At lahat ng ating mga local chambers sa NCR, sa South Luzon, sa Visayas, at Mindanao, ganun din yung kanilang mga boards at kanilang mga members. Yan. So everyone, would like to remind you that we are live. So sana we can share our PCCI FB page. Live po tayo, pati po sa ating YouTube para po mag-benefit din naman yung ating mga pamilya, yung ating mga kaibigan at ating mga associates sa nangyayaring session ngayon sa ating conference. And again, to remind everyone, ang ating prices para mamaya, uulitin ko lang ulit, baka po nagkakalimutan na tayo, 10 JBL wireless in-ear phones, 2 Samsung Galaxy tablets, at sa medium price, 2 Acer Aspire na laptop. So ayan, kung excited na kayo, ganun din po tayo, excited na rin po tayo. At syempre, susundan na natin ito ngayon ng susunod nating session, and to introduce our resource speakers, may I call on PCCI Region 3 Regional Governor Dr. Alvin P. Bellarmino. Alvin?
Yes.
Yan. Hi, Doc.
Yeah, magandang umaga sa iyo, Paulo. Yeah, before I start, let me greet our President, Ambassador Benedicto Yohico, our President Emeritus, who was here a while ago, George Barcelon, and of course our Chairman, Dr. Madam Bing, and also the other officers of National PCCI, and of course our North Luzon officials. Sa inyong lahat, magandang umaga po sa inyong lahat. And to all of you who are still around, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The quarantine lockdowns made us realize the basic things in life are what matters most, and that the most vital economic concern is achieving food security for our increasing population. Agriculture plays a crucial role in the economy of developing countries by providing the main source of food and raw material inputs to the manufacturing sector, income and employment to their rural populations. Over the past 30 years, we saw the slow decline of Philippine agricultural productivity as compared to neighboring Vietnam and Thailand. Is there still hope for agriculture in this country? How do we put agriculture on top of our priority industries? Innovations in agricultural technology will play a most vital role. Today, we would like to refocus our sights on agriculture as the most efficient fuel to inclusive growth. Not to remain a dream, but to become a reality. Our first speaker will discuss innovations in agri-technology. She is currently the Undersecretary for Research and Development of the Department of Science and Technology. Dr. Guevara is seconded from the University of the Philippines, Diliman, where she is Professor 12 at the Electrical and Electronics Engineering Institute, specializing in speech and audio signal processing, time frequency analysis and synthesis, and artificial intelligence. As Undersecretary for Research and Development, Dr. Guevara supervises the 3 DOST sectoral councils, the 7 DOST Research and Development Institutes, the National Research Council of the Philippines, and the Technology Application and Promotion Institute, or the TAPI. Further, Dr. Guevara oversees the management of the DOST R&D, funds bilateral and multilateral linkages, and the DOST Special Projects Division, which provides technical and administrative support to DOST in the management of DOST Grants in Aid program. Dr. Guevara also leads the DOST Science for Change program. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Rowena Cristina L. Guevara.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bellarmino. Naririnig po ba ninyo ako?
Yes.
Thank you. First of all, I would like to greet our special friend, Mr. George Barcelon, who has been supporting DOST in connecting us with the private sector, especially the Philippine Chamber of Commerce and Industry. I would also like to thank PCCI North Luzon for giving DOST the opportunity to present innovations in agri-technology. Natutuwa ako na una sa aking magsalita si Sec Boy de la Peña kasi madami na siyang nasabi about DOST Research and Development Institutions. Tapos, gusto ko rin i-recognize sa nagsalita kanina si Vince Tempongco, estudyante ko po yan dati. At special greetings sa mga kababayan ko sa Olongapo City. Magandang umaga sa inyong lahat. Muli, maraming salamat at inimbitahan nyo kami na makapag-present sa inyo ng innovations in agricultural technology. Una, maraming tao hindi nila alam anong ibig sabihin ng research and development. Ganito po yon. It comprises of creative work undertaken on a systematic basis in order to increase the stock of knowledge, including knowledge of man, culture, and society, and the use of the stock of knowledge to devise new applications. Yan po ay official definition po yan ng research and development sa DOST. Medyo madaling intindihin yung research and development, pero itong innovation, madami iba ang definition nila. Pero kami sa DOST, meron na po kaming official definition ng innovation. Innovation is a process, product, or service that is new, original, or improved, which creates social or economic value. Importante po yung last two words, social and economic value. Kapag ka po walang social and economic value, kahit napakaganda po ng idea, napakaganda ng produkto, napakaganda ng service or ng proseso, hindi po iyan innovation. Ang nakakatuwa naman po, in the last 5 years, yung ranking po ng ating bansa dun sa Global Innovation Index ay nag-improve. Ito po number 100 tayo dati 5 years ago. Ngayon ay number 54 na tayo sa buong mundo. This is out of 129 countries. Ang nakakatuwa po dyan, may mga partikulante po dyan sa Global Innovation Index o GII na ang taas po ng ranking natin. I would like to share this with you. Dun po sa graduates in science and engineering, number 18 po tayo out of 129 countries. Dun po sa research talent for business, number 8 po tayo out of 129 countries. Ang masaklap lang po in terms of research and development funding, napakababa po ng number natin, hindi ko na lang po sasabihin. Pero kahit na po kaunti lang po ang ating pondo para sa research and development, marami naman po tayong na-achieve. So gusto ko pong i-request yung ating secretariat na ipakita po yung aking PowerPoint presentation. Next slide, please. Dito po sa aking next slide, pinapakita ko po yung mga universities dito po sa North Luzon na pwede pong maging source ng innovation para sa ating mga kasamahan dito po sa North Luzon PCCI. Umpisan ko po sa itaas. Sa Mariano Marcos State University, meron po tayong niche centers in the regions for R&D on nicer, on garlic and other agri-food condiments center. Yung pong nicer na banggit kanina ni Secretary, hinahanap po namin yung commodity na pinaka-importante sa isang region at nagtatayo po kami ng R&D center. Yung R&D center na yan na ang tawag namin ay nicer, magmula po sa basic research hanggang doon po sa applied research hanggang makaabot sa market ay pwede pong gawin ng research ng mga yan. Pangalawa pong nicer natin ay yung mountain engineering sa University of the Cordilleras. Tapos sa ano naman po, Isabela State University, meron tayong Freshwater Fisheries Center. Alam niyo po ba, yung ludong at saka eel na pinag-aaralan nila dyan, ang 1 kilo po ay 5,000 pesos. Meron naman po tayo sa Nueva Vizcaya State University, nicer on citrus. Kasi po dyan, napaka-famous po ng ating mga suha dyan at iba't iba pong klase ng mga citrus. Dito naman sa Pampanga State Agricultural University, meron tayong nicer on tamarind. Pag-alaman namin na meron na pala tayong mga tamarind na sweet. Napoproduce na po natin yan sa Pampanga. Pero, alam nyo ba na yung pangsinigang natin, ini-import natin kasi sour tamarind po yan. So, ang inaaral po dito sa Pampanga State Agricultural University na nicer ay yung pong para sa sour tamarind. Natutuwa po kami kasi umpisa pa lang ng aming project, nagtanim po sila ng 100 hectares nitong tamarind para aralin. Doon naman po sa Tarlac Agricultural University, meron po tayong nicer on sweet potato. Doon naman po sa Benguet State University, meron tayo ng white potato. So lahat po ng nicers na yan, pwede po ninyong puntahan kung interesado po kayo doon sa kanilang pinag-aaralan. Ngayon naman po, sabi po ni Secretary Boy kanina na ang dami po naming pinopondohan ng mga universities. Bawat university na marami na po tayong natapos na research, kailangan po mailabas nila yung research mula sa laboratorio papunta sa private sector. Para po diyan, nagtayo po tayo ng 44 Technology Business Incubator or TBI. Ang ginagawa po dito, kasi yung mga researchers naman natin, di naman po yan business savvy. So binibigyan po sila ng suporta in terms of auditing, accounting, financing, marketing, and so on. So dito po sa ating North Luzon, meron pa tayong mga TBIs. Meron tayo sa University of Cordilleras, meron din po tayo sa Cagayan State University, meron tayo sa Isabela State University, sa Nueva Vizcaya State University, sa St. Louis University, at doon po sa Benguet State University at Don Mariano Marcos Memorial State University. Ano po ang pwede nyo mapala dito sa TBI? Pag pumunta po kayo dyan, mamimit nyo po yung mga startups, galing po yan sa research. Pwede po kayo makipag-collaborate sa kanila or pag mature na po yung kanilang produkto, pwede po ninyong bilhin or mag-invest kayo sa kanilang startup. Next slide, please. Meron pong 2 councils na ipe-present ko po kung ano yung mga ginagawa ng kanilang mga researchers. Next slide, please. Ito po ay ang DOST PICARD, Philippine Council for Agriculture, Aquatic, and Natural Resources Research and Development. Ma'am Ali, paki-next slide po. Okay. Dito po sa PICARD, agriculture, aquatic, at saka natural resources po ang pinupondohan at saka minomonitor nila. Nung nagbigay po ako ng request sa kanila na pagpadalhan po ako ng mga agri-innovation, 40 slides po ang pinadala nila. Sabi ko, hindi pwedeng 40, konti lang ang ipapakita ko. So, ito lang po yung mga pinili ko sa dami ng pinadala nila. Next slide, please. Gusto ko ipakita sa inyo itong Compact Ultra Impeller Rice Mill. Pag sinasabi po natin ng rice mill, ang naiisip natin yung madumi, malaki, mausok, at dusty. Ito pong pinapakita sa slide na impeller rice mill, kaya pong i-operate yan ng babae. Tapos, napakaliit lang po niya, napaka-compact, pero ang bilis pong mag-mill ng rice. Dito naman po sa kanan, pinapakita ko sa slide, yung pong mga rice harvester attachment, saka rice transplanter attachment. Dito sa kaliwa sa baba, yung Carrageenan Plant Growth Promoter. Natutuwa po kami dyan kasi ang yield po ng rice, kaya niyang i-increase up to 30%. Sa munggo, up to 40%. Tapos po, yun naman pong nasa ilalim na Biotech Nutrio Biofertilizer, pang eggplant at sugarcane, at yung Acticon, biopesticide po yan sa Cavendish banana. Sumobra na po tayo. Balik po tayo ng isa, Ma'am Ali. Ang next slide po natin yung technologies na meron na pong lisensyadong private partners, pero pwede pa po kayong sumali. Ma'am Ali, nasa 5th slide pa lang po tayo. Okay, next slide po. Yan. Itong andali, ito po ay lamp kit para sa swine virus na gawa po ng CLSU. Yung nasa gitna naman po, pelletizing machine yan for goat feeds. Alam niyo po, pag summer, wala po tayong mapakain na damo para sa mga goat. Kaya yung naipon po natin nung medyo maulan pa at maraming grass, pwede pong i-pelletize at siyang papakain natin kapag ka na po dry season. Sa kanan naman po yung Juan amplification, this is the white spot virus for mga shrimp naman po. At dun sa baba, yung Juan algae microalgal paste, ito naman po ay aqua feeds na pwede pong i-replace dun sa imported na binibili natin ngayon. Ang tuwan-tuwa po ko dito sa lahat ay yung ating Itik Pinas. Yung Itik Pinas po, nagawa natin na standard yung size ng itlog at saka yung dami ng itlog na mapoproduce nila kada isang taon. Ang natutuwa po ako dito, may mga OFWs na po na nag-adapt ng technology ito. At sa kasalukuyan, nung pinuntahan ko po sila minsan sa Quezon, meron po mga 20 sa kanila na mga duck farmers. Ang numero po ng kanilang ducks 400,000. Ganun po kadami yung napoproduce nila na itlog every other day. Next slide, please. Ito naman pong Coconut Somatic Embryogenesis Technology o CSET, ganito po yan. Dati, kapag ka nagtanim ka ng coconut tree, isang nut, isang puno. Dito po sa technology na to, Coconut Somatic Embryogenesis Technology, 200 hanggang 300 puno ang pwede mong itanim mula lamang sa isang nut. Ito po ay lalabas next year. Hopefully, by pagtag-ulan na rin next year, ay may labas natin to para po mag-umpisa na tayo mag-replant ng ating mga nawalang coconut trees. Next slide. Ito naman po mga technologies na galing sa Philippine Council for Industry, Energy, and Emerging Technology Research and Development. Next slide. Ito pong HormoGrow, nano-encapsulated plant growth regulator po yan. Ang ginagawa niyan, ilalagay mo yan sa lupa, tapos unti-unti niyang ire-release yung kanyang plant growth promoter. So hindi po bigla, hindi masusunog yung ating mga halaman. At mapapansin niyo po, ang presyo niya ay napakamura po kumpara dun sa existing na commercially available. Next slide, please. Susunod po ay yung Frutec. Yung Frutec po, ang ginagawa naman niyan, pinoprotektahan niya yung prutas para hindi ka agad siya mahinog habang pinapadala mo siya. Kunyari po dito sa banana, kaya niyang idagdagan ng 15 araw yung bago mag-ripen yung banana. Kaya kung gusto mong ipadala ngayon sa Russia, pwede mong ipadala yung bananas natin. Next slide, please. Dito naman sa nating susunod ay yung Acticon. Alam nyo naman po, may fusarium tayo na wilt sa Cavendish bananas natin. At ito pong Acticon, kaya niya pong tanggalin, i-wipe out po yung fusarium sa mga plantation. Next slide. Itong Sibol, this is a startup sa UP Los Baños. Meron naman po silang package of technologies in plant breeding. Ang nakakatuwa po dito, nakatulong po yung SB Corp ng DTI para meron na po silang mas malaking planta para gumawa po nitong mga iba't ibang technologies nila on plant breeding, superior plant selection, saka propagation, saka soil balance. Next slide po. Dito naman po yung IF Green Technologies. Gumawa sila ng integrated farming. Marami po sa inyo siguro hindi pa ganito ang ginagawa. Pero dito po, meron po silang 53 plant hydroponic garden na ang gamit po nila ay recycled materials. Ang nakakatuwa po dito ay may initial investment offer na po ito ng 26 million at sunod-sunod na po yung mga deals na nagagawa nila with different business organizations. Yung next slide po naman natin ay yung waste for good. Imbis na itapon mo yung waste, masolve po natin yung ating food insecurity due to COVID-19 habang nagpo-promote ng waste management. The Waste for Good Planting Kit is a complete package for urban planning that utilizes waste to promote healthier and sustainable food growing. Next slide, please. Alam nyo, marami tayong mga farmers na pag pumunta ng bangko at mangungutang, ay hirap na hirap po talaga sila. Kasi dami hong forms na i-fill out, daming kailangan i-produce na papeles. Itong Cropital, startup po yan na ang trabaho nila ganito. Magte-text, titingnan nila yung mga text messages ng isang farmer at base doon, gamitan po nila ng artificial intelligence para malaman nila kung pwede bang pautangin itong tao na ito o hindi. Example po, kapag ka pala pinasulat mo yung pangalan ng isang tao at puro capital letters ang ginamit, 50% probability hindi magbabayad ng utang yan. So example lang po yun na mga ginagamit nila na paraan, data analytics, para malaman na mabilis kung pwede magpautang or hindi. Next slide please. Dito naman po, yung tinatawag na ID Tech Lab, Biotech Solutions for Everyone. Ito po, nalaman na po naman natin na yung halal, hindi lang po para sa mga Muslim. It's a healthy way of life. So, kailangan malaman mo kung halal ang isang pagkain, meron kang pang-test. Ito pong ginawa nitong ID Tech Lab ay pang-detect po kung halal yung pagkain. So, yan po yung mga pinakita kong examples. Napakarami pa pong iba pero wala po tayong panahon. Kaya next slide, kung gusto niyo pong malaman ang more information, pwede po kayong sumulat or mag-email sa Picard or tawagan sila. And next slide, pwede din po sa P-Shared. Ito naman po ang kanilang contact information. I hope na nainganyo kayong sumubok po ng iba't ibang agri-innovations from DOST. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you. Mr. Guevara. Alam mo, napakaganda yung sinabi nyo na yun yung tungkol doon sa social and economic value. Kasi nung ako po ay high school, sinabi ng isang teacher ko, nakatulad daw ng Japan, bago daw ang Japan sumilip sa microscope, dapat sinisigurado nila na merong halaga yung project na gagawin nila. So the same thing is true with your innovations, R&D innovation na sinabi nga ninyo na the processed product must have a social and economic value. Thank you. Dr. Guevara, relax muna ho kayo at pakinggan muna natin yung dalawang speaker at pagmamaya po we will go to the Q&A. Our next speaker is currently the PCCI Director for Agriculture Committee. Siya po ay sarili nating atin. Siya po din ay Vice Chairman for Asia and ASEAN Affairs. He is also the President of Philippine Food Processors and Exporters Organization or PhilFoodex. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome yung pong kababayan ko. Sabi ko dahil siya po ay nagpa-farming dito po sa aming probinsya ng Tarlac. Let us welcome our very own Mr. Roberto C. Amores.
Okay. Open na yung audio ko, no? Doc. Hello. Okay, magandang umaga sa inyong lahat. First of all, binabati ko si Secretary Boy de la Peña, nandiyan pa pala, at si Yusek Ruina Guevara, my PCCI family, headed by President Vicky Yuwico, and the rest of the officers and directors of the board, including the North Luzon Area Vice President namin, si Miss Gigi Simbulan. Of course, kasama yung kanyang mga region directors, local chamber presidents, at saka yung ating mga ibang mga kasamang opisyal sa South Luzon, sa Visayas, and Mindanao. Ladies and gentlemen, magandang umaga. At nagkaabutan na ho tayo ng tanghalian. I hope na andiyan pa rin kayo lahat na nakikinig sa napakagandang presentation na pinakita at binigay ni Yusek Ruina Guevara. Napakaganda po ng mga intervention na pinesent niya. Kaya lang po, siyempre, para maipatunay natin lahat itong mga intervention na to, kailangan makita natin kung saan nandoon ang ating agrikultura. Thank you for this opportunity to be able to speak to you and provide insights on we should reposition kasi ng agriculture amidst the challenging health situation as we face this pandemic brought about by COVID-19. First, siyempre mga scorecard at saka mga information na gusto nating sabihin, yung mga nangyari at yung ating historical facts at data para tayo makapunta sa solution, which includes all those interventions. Let us look at realities, no? Reality check. Our economy now is in recession. Our GDP, ang gross domestic product po natin, bumagsak po ng 16.5% according to NEDA. And this is one of the biggest contraction ever. Ang sektor na naiwan, which remain resilient, agrikultura and fisheries sector despite this pandemic. The record shows lumaki pa nga siya ng 1.6% during the second quarter. And continuous challenge is how to consistently raise it to 2% within the next 6 months. And with all those interventions and other good work, baka ma-achieve natin yung 2% within the next 6 months. The present health crisis has made us all realize the important contribution ng agriculture in keeping our economy and ating kababayan afloat. Kailangan natin ng pagkain to survive. However, we need its complete supply chain to keep the sector going. Agriculture is proving us that it is the most reliable sector at this time of the crisis. Okay. Now, para maintindihan ho natin yung ating patutunguhan in moving forward, let us look at some figures as far as the scorecard and state of Philippine agriculture. My first slide, please. Nandiyan yung first slide ko. Next, please. In 2019, the total GDP of Philippines was 18.6 trillion. Ang contribution ng agriculture, only 8.3%. So that's only 1.5 trillion out of a total value of 18.6 trillion. This contribution, pwedeng kung isasama natin yung tinatawag nating support services, pwedeng umabot hanggang 30 to 40%. However, approximately hindi ganun kataas umabot ang contribution. Ngayon, ang 30% is contributed by industry and other services, yung iba. Now, itong data naman in 2018, ang population natin is about 107 million. Okay. Okay. Out of which 53% or 56 million nakatira sa rural area. Dito sa rural area ito, the study shows 24.3% or 13.3 million of this population are engaged in labor and agriculture. Despite of this, no, napakaliit na share natin ito, ang contribution natin sa agri-export is only $6 billion. Pagka binenchmark mo to compared to our other ASEAN neighbors. Okay? Next, please. The development of agriculture is very slow, and there is a need to modernize and industrialize. Next, please. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Okay. Ito po ang benchmark na gusto ko ipakita sa inyo. As I mentioned earlier, our contribution, agri-contribution natin sa total exports is only $6 billion, no? Compared to our import na $13.3 billion. So may negative trade deficit tayo na $7 billion. Now, ang makikita mo dito, if you are to benchmark our performance sa Thailand, Indonesia, Vietnam at saka Malaysia, itong mga countries na to are all positive as far as their trade balance are concerned. Thailand, for instance, ito kahit na 2018 data to, hindi naman mapakalaki ang significance nito na as far as improvement and other figures related to the growth in late 2019 and early 2020. They are still performing on the positive trade balance. Next, please. Susunod po. O bakit kaya ganito ang ating situation? We really need a lot of concerns that has to be addressed for the longest time. One of the most important factors are the following, no? It is a competitiveness issue, katulad ng cost of production, logistics, yung ating food safety standards, market demand versus supply availability, okay? Technology and product development, branding. Kaya buti na lang, nandiyan na yung mga intervention na sinabi ni Yusek Guevara earlier. Post-harvest, which includes post-harvest facility, and of course, the never-ending problem up to this point in time. Araw-araw pinag-uusapan namin sa PhilExport, sa PCCI, sa EDC, access to credit and financing. Kaya po dito sa pagkakataong ito, next slide please. Sa pagkakataong ito, binuo po ng tatlong grupo ang tinatawag na ASPIRE or Agribusiness Support for Promotions and Investment in the Regional Exposition. Ang mission ng ASPIRE is to extend to our farmers and suppliers and other stakeholders and provide them with the right information on what to produce, when to produce, in order to meet the demands and requirements of the market. Okay. Ito po ay collaborative project between the DA, the DTI, and PCCI. Okay. Dito po sa collaborative project, ito po yung main players, no? However, naka-branch out po ito, which we are doing our own connections sa DOST and FDA. Yung sinasabi ni Yusek Guevarang R&D, we are linking to DOST. So yung set-up project, tapos ito pong R&D, kasama po doon sa package na ino-offer under ASPIRE. Okay. Prior prior to the COVID-19 pandemic, we have been in discussions also with the USAID deliver. Okay, ano po ang purpose nito? Ang purpose nito, pondohan nila yung pagpo-profile ng producers, farmers, at market buyers para ma-link ng tama. Ibig sabihin, makapag-submit, makapag-research ng bagong profiling ng stakeholders at saka producers ng lahat ng region ng Pilipinas. Updating ng mga existing stakeholders and farmers at saka yung mga crops na nakatanim. Yun na po ang purpose ng aming undertaking with USAID Deliver. Now, we are also in discussions with some groups which have created an e-commerce platform. Ang tawag po nito yung AgriHub. AgriHub, which is now coordinated by former Undersecretary Salvador Salacup. Ito pong AgriHub is an e-commerce platform to link the supply to the market. One of those interventions. So ano ang kailangan natin i-aspire? Of course, we would want to aspire our dream to transform Philippine agriculture into a dynamic and competitive sector. We want our agriculture to be at par with our ASEAN neighbors. Okay? Now, dito sa aming Aspire, next slide please. Dito, nag-identify kami ng priority commodities. Okay. Mangga. Itong priority commodities na to, kaya ko binanggit, nilagay dito, these are the commodities that have existing market. Pag nandiyan yung commodity ito, nandiyan ho yung market ito. Hindi ho ito under promotions pa. Existing ang mga market nito. And these commodities can be produced and are being produced in North Luzon. We have mango, Central Luzon, North Luzon, one of the biggest share of mango production in the Philippines, nandito po sa Luzon. We have banana, more on the Cardaba banana or cooking banana, tinatawag na saba for banana chips. We have young coconut or buko. Next please, meron pang kasama itong ibang produkto. Yan po, kakao at saka ube. Lahat po ito, may mga market na available na to. Available na to lahat ng market na to. In the same pace, in our presentation to South Luzon, yung mga commodity products ang aming pinopromote kasi may mga available market. Katulad sa South Luzon, we ask them to expand the production of pili from Camarines Sur and from Sorsogon. Okay. Now, ang North Luzon is very, very productive as far as rice is concerned. Ang Luzon, no? Ang Luzon Island. Okay. Including North Luzon, Central Luzon. We are called the rice granary. Okay. There is already a rice tariffication law that protects the industry and provides the balance of this sector. The upland farmers grow different variety of fruits and vegetables. However, because of this pandemic, nagkaroon ng problema dahil sa glut nitong production na to, dahil ang daming food services, restaurants na nagsara at hindi nakabukas ang ekonomiya doon. Kaya nagkaroon ng glut at tumambak itong mga produktong to. It is for this reason that the challenge is how to find alternative crops to develop by this specific area of production. Okay. Next, please. Baba, yung poultry industry na i-ano nyo na ba? I want to highlight also, no? Katulad niya, no? I would like to show a data here. Gusto ko pakita sa inyo data, no? Kung bakit nagkaroon tayo ng glut sa poultry industry. Ito po yung over-importation natin, nandiyan yung figure, no? Nandiyan yung figure ng over-importation natin ng over 300 million kilos versus our production only, which is 262,000 plus metric tons. Sumobra po itong production natin bukod pa sa naging problema na natin sa pandemic. Okay. So yung pinakikita ko lang po yung naging issue, nagkaroon ng over-importation at napatungan pa ng low consumption because of the pandemic. Next please, dairy. Okay. Yung dairy, pakita natin yung dairy please. Yung dairy, ibaba mo na konti. No? Okay. Kaya ako sinasabi itong dairy, this is one opportunity which is a thriving industry. No? If you will look at the dairy industry, into 2019 alone, we imported a total of 3 million metric tons. 3 billion liters po equivalent ito versus our productions of 24 million liters lang. 24,000 metric tons. 1% lang ang total production natin ng dairy products. Where in fact, look at the opportunity. The reason why I'm showing this is to show opportunities that can be developed in North Luzon, Central Luzon, and the rest of our country. Our major importing countries na pinagkunan natin is New Zealand, USA, Netherlands, and Australia. But if we will be improving on this because of the intervention that I will explain later, we will be developing some values for our stakeholders and farmers. Next, please. Ito pong hog industry. Next, please. Itong hog industry, because of the African swine flu, we are not actually encouraging a continuous development and production at the moment. Kasi wala pang vaccine ng African swine flu. So the reason why we are suggesting other commodities and other agricultural projects that can be substituted ng short and medium term. Because since wala tayong gamot sa African swine flu up to this moment, lahat ng ilalagay nating piglets at saka small or piggery na maliit o malaki, sigurado 90%, according to the technical research, 90% tatamaan ng African swine flu. Kaya yan po, kaya po pinakikita ko yung state of the piggery industry. Next, please. Okay, ngayon, I would suggest some innovations in agriculture, katulad nung tinatawag nating drone agriculture, no? Yung although kasama na sa mga interventions na sinasabi ni Yusek Rowena Guevara, madami ng klaseng intervention. Now, the reason why I'm showing this agri-innovation, drone agriculture, ito po ay isang equipment, drone ang tawag, na pwedeng gamitin sa pag-i-spray ng halaman natin. Ito po yung nakikita nyo, ito po yung ginagamit namin technology sa pag-grow ng vegetables sa Tarlac. Drone ang ginagamit in order to be very systematic, very precise, at saka na-identify mo sa drone through imaging ang tinatawag na pest and disease, at saka yung status of irrigation and fertilizer application. Okay po. Next, please. Now, ano po ang mga initiatives ng PCCI in order for us to, anyway, prior to that initiative, we are also working on traceability issues that can correct the identification of quantities that we're importing for rice, quality that we're importing in rice, chicken, pork. So we have an organization called GS1 Philippines that is offering such interventions in order to correct all this data and protect industry from contamination through correct traceability. This technology and this kind of technical approaches will be offered to the Bureau of Customs as well as to the Department of Agriculture. Now, going back to our what PCCI is doing as our initiative. No? Okay. We have been pursuing market access for young coconut and mango to Taiwan. No? When PCCI President D.K. Uwico assumed office in January, officials of the Taipei Economic Cultural Office made a courtesy visit to him, and one of the agenda discussed was on the revival of discussions on market access of these commodities. Now we are in touch with DA to get the status on the request. Okay. Now, also on the Indonesia's new halal regulation, recently the DTI together with the partner institutions, including PCCI, organized a doing business forum in Indonesia, where it tackled the new regulations that Indonesia will be implementing. The new law calls for a mandatory halal certification of products that will enter and be distributed and traded with Indonesia. Ngayon, because of this seminar, a memorandum of understanding and memorandum of agreement between the Philippines and Indonesia relative to halal certification standards, harmonizing it, is on the works now. As soon as these are signed and implemented, we will be having opportunities to open our market in this very huge Muslim economy. For your information, dito po sa North, sa Ilocos, we are producing tanduyong or sibuyas Bombay na pwede nating i-export dito sa Indonesia. Okay. Okay, also, for the information of the body, we have an aggregation of organizations related to agriculture. We call the Agri-Fisheries Alliance. It is composed of the conveners coming from us. Member po kami tayo ng convener group, PCCI, the Philippine Chamber of Agriculture and Food, and other agricultural organizations. We already had 4 meetings with the Secretary of Agriculture, Zoom meetings, this time consulting the Secretary of Agriculture, making him commit on the directions of agriculture related to interventions needed to the several industries that I have enumerated below. Okay? It will allow the private sector, our group, to suggest budget directions, where to put the budget, how to manage the budget, and we personally requested the Department of Agriculture that we be given participation and opportunity to handle and suggest things related to this. In our innovative international trade strategies, we already introduced certain measures that the Secretary of Agriculture has to implement. In our roadmap to recovery, PCCI has been pushing for the prioritization of agriculture and manufacturing, supply chain enhancing infrastructure projects, and giving more importance on farming and visitor economy. PCCI, has been actively, through our Agri Committee, has been actively requesting for more intervention, direct intervention from the Agriculture Department to cover the sector's continuing needs, even before the pandemic and during the pandemic and even after the pandemic. Iyan lang po ang aking masasabi tungkol sa status ng ating agriculture and the other interventions that we in PCCI have been working on. And it is what important that our stakeholders should be updated on these specific conditions. Maraming salamat po, and let me congratulate the officers and organizers of the 29th North Luzon Area Business Conference, headed by my comadre, Gigi Simbulan, for a meaningful conference. Maraming salamat po, and let's continue to aspire for a better Philippine agriculture. Thank you.
Okay na?
Sinilence ko na. Para buwan.
I was telling that our recent speaker is really an agricultural practitioner. Alam ho niya ang kanyang sinasabi. So we will be asking you also questions later, Mr. Amores. Our next speaker will share her experience as an agripreneur, agricultural entrepreneur, ang ibig sabihin. She is the founder, farmer, president, and CEO of Agrea, an agriculture-focused and for-purpose inclusive enterprise anchored on ecology of dignity. Agrea aims to develop a living model of a replicable, quote-unquote, one island economy, founded on sustained agriculture, livelihood programs, environment, community-based tourism, and quality education of the children of farmers and fishermen. She is also a co-founder of Hacienda Holdings Incorporated, an agri-tourism and agri-processing space to produce Filipino agricultural products for local and export markets. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Ms. Cherry Atilano.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for this very kind invitation. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you so much, Dr. Alvin, for a very good introduction. And I'm so inspired with Tito Bobby Amores. I call him Tito because we're both mentors and working together in the agriculture sector of the Go Negosyo. I will be sharing to you my screen. And okay, share. Can you see my screen now?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, so I was so happy to be invited to share about agriculture, and our work in Agreas, and also as an agripreneur. Just a little bit of background. I've been in agriculture for 22 years. I started teaching farmers at the age of 12 in the sugarcane farm in Negros Occidental, where my father was into sugarcane farming. And it was a very good childhood growing up, working in the sugarcane, because every weekend we need to also go on the sugarcane fields and play with the irrigation system. And that time, it was the height of the sugar export in the Philippines and also sugarcane production. So growing up in that environment, I also saw a lot of disparity between the rich and the poor, and a lot of farmers in the hacienda are actually very, very poor. My father would tell me before that we need to help the farmers because their lives is equivalent to period and comma. So my father died when I was 3, but before he died, he got a plate with rice and salt and bagoong. I don't know, this is lunchtime, but thank you for bearing with me. And then in his deathbed, he got a plate of rice with bagoong and salt. And then he said, this is period and comma. When the farmers don't have money to buy food, they only have rice. They need to dip their finger on salt, and that is period, and then they eat it with rice. And then if they have a little bit of money, they can buy bagoong, or in Ilonggo, we call it ginamos in Bacolod. And you put a vinegar in your bagoong, and it's a little bit sticky, and you make a kuwet or a kama to stick it in your finger and eat it with your rice. But my dad was telling to me that, and to my siblings, that if you're an author, you can choose to put a period at the end of the sentence, and that's the end of the story. But if you want to continue telling the story, and you want to continue telling the stories of agriculture and agribusiness in the Philippines, you better put a semicolon just to continue it. So for 22 years, I've been in agriculture no matter what. Even right now, agriculture, I guess, during this pandemic, deserve its rightful recognition. There's a mainstream discussion on agriculture, growing your own food, and global food systems globally, not only in the Philippines. And I'm so happy because I've been like a wild wolf on the jungle, just calling before for help. And even all my friends were laughing at me, why, oh, you're the top notcher in our school and you chose to be in agriculture. Yung agrikultura, pang ano lang po yan, pag hindi ka nakapasa sa engineering, lawyer, or doctor na courses, no, entrance exam, you go to agriculture kasi yung agriculture, it's always associated to poverty and drudgery. Pupulitin ka sa kangkungan or mga matis ka na lang or mga labasa ka na lang. So I think this is something that we need to change. The mindset towards agriculture is something that we need to change to really reposition agriculture as the primary engine of inclusive growth, especially post-COVID. So this is now, I'm sharing with you the situation of our farmers. Who are the Filipino farmers? Mostly, they're poor, aging, 57 years old, average age of our farmers. And a lot of young people are not interested into agriculture. But I'm so happy the past few months, a lot are trying to be plantitos and plantitas. When you search in Instagram, hashtag plantitos and plantitas, they have like millions and thousands of people going into planting their own food. And third one, low educational attainment. I had a meeting way back with the CHED about this, and our farmers are actually around grade 4, a 10-year-old boy or girl in school, and a lot of young people are not interested to go into agriculture. There's a diminishing enrollment on agriculture courses. However, though, I think our country is poor because we did not really focus on empowering and enabling our farmers. You know, when the farmer is poor, so is the whole country, says by the Polish proverb that I'm strongly believing into. So who we are in the company, as mentioned a while ago, Agri is an innovative, inclusive, and for-purpose agribusiness that is founded in sustainable agriculture, fair trade, and replicable model of an agri-based economy. Why is that so? For the past 22 years, I dedicated my life into agriculture. That's why even my friends and my family would always laugh at me. Even if I close my eyes, I can explain what's agriculture, what agribusiness, what's the trend of agriculture in the Philippines. That's explained to you, to us a while ago by Tito Bobby Morris. But for me, what is agriculture for me, and what will we do in Agria in terms of agribusiness? So it's about cultivation of human beings. I strongly believe that even before we cultivate our land, we cultivate our soil, we cultivate crops that we want to grow. We actually first need to cultivate human beings. Why is that so? Given that the state of our farmers are poor, you know, old, and without financial support, I think we need to also change the mindset of people towards agriculture. As I mentioned a while ago, wag na tayong mga labasa, mga matis, no mga mote. Tarlac State, I guess, you know, with your work in your kamote, sweet potato center, as mentioned by Yusik Guevara, you will produce a lot of sweet potato that can actually feed and bring our economy moving forward. So it's something that it's really about building a business on by building and empowering our human capital, our human beings who are the farmers and the fisher folks in the first place. So we believe in these three: ecology of dignity. When we designed our company, it's so easy to open a company. But however, though, for me being here for 22 years and I'm seeing myself dedicated until my entire lifetime actually in agriculture, I want to really post on ecology of dignity. What does it mean? This is about dignifying our food producers because it's a crime against humanity that the food producers are the poorest and the hungriest in the supply chain. And it's a crime. It should not be accepted, and we will never accept that. It's an agri-based economy, so we work a lot with different islands in the Philippines. Right now, we have 7 islands that we're working on different stages. An agri-based economy is we usually study the import and export of the island we enter, and we do intensive market study, and also intensive production study of the locality, including behavior of farmers and consumers. And third one is fair trade. We really follow the farm gate pricing that the DTI and DA would always impose for our farmers, but at the same time, we try to give our best to also bring affordable produce to our consumers. I don't want to call food cheap because food is not cheap. I want to call it affordable because when you call it affordable, it also gives decency to the farmer's effort. When we call it cheap, it means we don't even put decency to our farmers because everything that they produce is cheap anyway. So we need to make it just affordable. This is our vision, mission, and goals. I really want to share this with you as you asked me to share about, being an agripreneur. I think defining your vision, mission, and goals on how you contribute to our economy in the country and globally is something very, very important. Our vision is to create the first one island economy model in the Philippines by 2035. It's even certain by the 2035 we're doing that. Right now, we're actively involved in Marinduque Island, where we started our work, and Siargao Island, where we have massive operation. I will share you later all our operations in these two islands. And our mission is to alleviate poverty and hunger of farming and fishing communities. We want to actually work in both farming and fishing communities because we are an island economy. So everything that we do on land affects our waters and it affects our farmers. And when I was immersed in Marinduque Island 6 years ago, the fisher folks are actually the poorest, uh, poorer than the farmers because when there's typhoon, they really cannot go to the to the sea and get their fish. Our goals are zero waste, zero hunger, and zero insufficiency. Zero waste, it's because we want to create more environment friendly farmers. Why is that so? Especially this pandemic, there's a big awareness on how this environment is actually, this is a reminder that we really ignored Mother Earth, we ignored the environment. And Agreya, by the name, it's actually a fusion of two words, agriculture and Gaia, Mother Earth or environment. Second one, about zero hunger. We believe in the potential of human spirit in our work. But at the end of the day, our zero hunger here, it's not only about the hunger of the stomach or physical hunger. This is really about the hunger of our farmers and fisher folks to belong, the hunger of human beings to belong, and their hunger to have a decent life. Uh, Number three is zero insufficiency. So by background, I graduated as an agriculture and I'm an agricultural scientist, tissue culturist by major, and a minor in economics. So economics is the love of my life. Every time we enter the island, I love studying the import, exports, inflation rate, everything, what's happening in the island. I always have an entire figures and spreadsheet working around the net because that's where we build our business. So for zero insufficiency, when we study that the island has actually an import of, for example, rice, and they have the capacity to actually grow the rice by what resources they have. So we try to put intervention. And in terms of export of the island, for example, in Marinduque and Siargao, these are coconut islands. So if there's a capacity to actually do value addition for their coconuts, why not? So I will share to you a little bit of examples later on. We work with 11 Sustainable Development Goals. On the side, I'm also the United Nations Global Ambassador for Scaling Up Nutrition Movement. I handle 61 countries all over the world. And, these are the goals that I'm actually really fighting on. And in my business, we try to actually meet some of the targets of these goals because they work together, interparallel and intertwined. So this is our business. We have two kinds of business models. We do B2B and we also do B2C. So for our B2B business, if you can see in my screen, that's a map of the Philippines in the middle. And right now we're actively in Marinduque Island on the left and Siargao Island and Surigao del Norte on the right. Why we work in these two islands? I'm not from Marinduque. I'm from Bacolod. We work in these two islands, Marinduque first, because if I want to model the one island economy, Marinduque is such a perfect island to model. It's small. It has only 6 towns. Political landscape, it's also manageable. You're talking to one governor, one congressman, and 6 mayors, and 81 barangays all over the island. So political landscape we always study once we enter the island because it's very necessary, especially when you do about agriculture. And the island is around 86% agricultural, both fishing and farming. And on the right side, it's Siargao Island. Why we were in Siargao Island? we were in Siargao Island because we were invited by the governor and the congressman to actually enter the island because of their problem on food security. The island is a $1 billion tourism industry because of surfing. When you go to Siargao, it's like a mini Bali of Indonesia. You know, they have 200 to 300,000 tourists coming in every year. However, though, when the tourist enters the island, there's a scarcity of food. When the surfing competition starts on September, around May, all the locals in the island are already like hoarding food, especially canned goods and packed noodles, because they know once it's June, all the foreigners would enter the island and the prices of food shoot up and there's scarcity of food coming to entering the island. And so when we're working in these two islands, we try to work on what they have, what resources they have, and what they're lacking. And I truly believe that working with the government is necessary when you want to establish agribusiness, and especially when you want to establish interventions in the community. So in Marinduque, we have our turmeric production. We have around 62.5 hectares of turmeric and ginger production in the island. And our B2B there is we supply to pharmaceutical companies and some processor of teas or um, condiments. And also later on essential oils. We also do rice. For this one, we work on the colored rice in the island because the locals are already like growing it. So we're just wanting to make it bigger. And we also have an Agria model farm and a farm school, which is actually the hub if you want to learn about our values, our technologies, and also establish value addition in the supply chain. And also financial literacy, we have a very, very strong partnership with Land Bank and Card Bank Microfinance in the island. In Siargao Island, we have, in Marinduque, we also have black pig production because Marinduque is known for the Marca Duque. It's patented. And supposedly this year, our governor, Velasco, and our Congressman Alan Velasco were supposed to celebrate the first Marca Duque Black Pig festival during the Moriones, but it wasn't. It did not happen because of the pandemic. For Siargao, we do vegetable production. So right now we have a 5 hectare land there for vegetable production. And we also have rice production we're starting with around 48 hectares of rice production in the island. And we also have a piggery in the island that's also a native piggery production. Why is that so? All of this that we design as a business is actually connected to the market. If you go for agribusiness, I started my first agribusiness at the age of 21. And, I had so many loopholes and so many problems and so many lessons learned and mistakes and failures along the process, because sometimes you just want to start something because you're passionate about it. But I'm telling you, if there's no market, please don't even go there, because it's a straight way to failure and it's like a suicide approach to collapse your entire savings and business. I'm very upfront in telling you this because it happened to me several times. And somehow, the market is not also friendly most of the time. There's too much politics happening and too much hoarding, too much pole vaulting happening. And all of those you need to troubleshoot as an entrepreneur. So, I always say that let's make farming sexy. But at the end of the day, you really need to roll your sleeves and work on the fields. And for me, the most beautiful thing in my work, every quarter, I go and pack my bag and sleep in a farmer house for 1 week just to learn them again. And I always reminded myself. Right now, we work with around 1,200 farmers in Marinduque and 800 farmers in Siargao Islands, and another additional farmers in our next business for the B2C. So this is very simple picture. This is one of our project that we're doing in Marinduque. It's climate resilient farming approach, coconut, turmeric, ginger intercropping. I was talking to Picard before about it, and so far they said that this is the largest plantations intercropping of coconut, turmeric, ginger that they saw. And I actually want to work with Picard on this to make it a scientific method so that we can share our technology to other people. So how we did it, me as an agriculturist by background, I really love studying and also doing experiments and scientific experiments, but always with business in my mind. I will never do an experiment without a business in my mind because I'm funding my own experiment. If I will not have business in my mind, it's just a waste of money. So what we did here, we have 62.5 hectares of coconuts plantations with ginger, turmeric, and right now we just deployed a lot of black pigs on our farming communities, chicken, so that they have diversified cropping. And on the side of their plantations, they're planting papaya, vegetables, so that they have also food on their table. Why is that so, and why it's climate resilient? We interviewed our farmers. Most of our coconut farmers are losing 20 to 30 coconut trees because if you see in the picture, these coconuts are of senescence period. I think they were 30, 40 years old. So every typhoon they lost and their productivity is also very low. So why not utilize the land under the coconut with some crops that love the shade? So we sorted into ginger and turmeric, and so far, right now, we have a demand of 4 tons of ginger daily. We couldn't comply. That's a good business that we need to work on. We are releasing products on turmeric and some pharmaceutical companies that we supply also. Their demand is really getting higher because of this COVID pandemic. Everyone wants to boost their immune system. So far, we're in a perfect business. However, though, it wasn't a bed of roses. For the past 3 years that we're establishing all this, we experienced um, drought, nag-El Nino. So we almost lost half of our fields from El Nino. But the most beautiful thing by planting these crops, they're very, very resilient as we're talking about resiliency. When the rain comes, they all shoot up again. We did not have to plant any single ginger and turmeric. They shoot up again and they become healthier compared to the first cropping. So it's very resilient and more since the island that we operate in Marinduque is actually somehow a belt of typhoon. We're working with Visayas State University, where I graduated, and Philippine Root Crop Center to actually focus on root crops to the islands because of our experience. And the next project that we're doing is about ube. My thesis is actually the tissue culture of ube. If you come across and field root crops, I'm a little name listed in that international publication who published the tissue culture of ube. So I'm so fascinated. And especially right now, every now and then, a lot of people around us are doing ube pandesal. Lahat na lang may ube. So it's still a good business to go. Um, but more than that, we cannot do our work for sure if there's no such thing as farm school. This is our home for evangelization. If all the churches have the church, we have our farm school to evangelize our farmers, their wives, their families, their neighboring communities to be part of our work. So this is also how we recruit our farmers. So every graduate we have in our farm school, they go hand in hand with our business. So we give them business opportunities. Most of the time, we fund the first transaction. We fund their first farming and we also provide them a market. So there's a good return for our farmers. And we are the first TESDA accredited farm school in Marinduque. We are also the first farm tourism destination accredited in Marinduque Island. And we established the Farm Tourism Association of Island Marinduque. And right now, among the islands in the Philippines and provinces, I think Marinduque, as per report of DOT, has the most numbered of farm tourism destination in such a small island. So we help our farmers to establish their farm into farm tourism so that they also have another source of income. It's really about building more sources of income, more inclusivity to provide income to the neighboring communities, and at the same time to include more of family approach farming in the locality. So for our farm school, we have a farm school in Siargao, and we are opening a farm school in Albay, Bicol, in partnership with Don Bosco and Kemres, with Jun Lao, the family of Kemres who are doing the MCT oil. and Lauren Oil. So we're doing that big farm school in Albay, and the farm schools in the pipeline are in Bohol, Palawan, Mindoro, and Romblon, and also Cebu. So these are like our first graduates in our farm school. We got a good support from TESDA for this one, and also DAATI. This is in our farm in Marinduque. This is what I want to share with you. Why we're really focusing on our farmers. I'm not into anti-trader. I'm not into that. I love traders because somehow they provide what the supply chain, logistics, and other interventions that we cannot provide. So we're friends with our traders. We're friends with their customers. We're just trying to be friends with everyone to solve the ecosystem's problem. But more importantly, we focus really on our farmers. A lot of our farmers are actually in the Philippines are losing hope. Sabi nila, mamamatay na kami, parang hindi pa nagbabago ang Pilipinas. Mahirap pa rin kami. Parang minana nila yung kahirapan ng kanilang mga ninuno. So sabi namin, I think there's no organization is really focusing on the farmers. So there are a lot, I guess, but I'm just so happy to say that in Agria, we develop even our modules, we develop our activities. When you are enrolled in our farm school, the first 3 days, you're not allowed to plant a single seed. You're not allowed to cultivate a soil or a plot. You first need to cultivate yourself, capacitate farmers to dream for nation building. And in our farm school, we're so happy that more than 50% of our enrollees are mostly youth, children of farmers, and also women. Because when we work with women farmers, our success rate is actually very high, because most of the time they work because they want to bring food on their table, but at the same time, they really want to also create business in the process. So here, why it's nation building? We're talking about resiliency, about sustainability of our country, and I always call it about nation building. How do we love our country so much? I think touching on our own soil is the most patriotic act we can do. So I'm encouraging you all to start planting. So we develop programs that farmers and enrollees in our school would really learn what's their contribution for themselves, why they're doing this, to their family, to their community, to their province, and to the country in general, so that the farmers would see that they are the core of change, and they are not only the beneficiary of government support. No matter or how much government support we do or our private money we put in, if the farmers don't see themselves as a point of change, everything will go nothing. Second one is B2C business. We have the Move Food initiative. Actually, we just started this during the pandemic. Intentionally harvesting goodness. That's our tagline. And we are launching our marketplace soon. It's called Move Food Grocery. So it's an online platform with, right now we have more than 20,000 farmers, divided into more than 34 cooperatives, a member of the Move Food initiative that we started last March 22. So far, the impact of Move Food initiative is we actually bring food to Manila of around 177 metric tons of fruits and vegetables. Fruits and vegetables are coming from Mindanao, Visayas, and all over Luzon. Since the pandemic, we were shipping food already from Mindanao. So most of this actually are from Mindanao. So when the flights opened, we also ship a lot from Mindanao. But I'm so happy that in North Luzon, we partner with so many farmers in North Luzon, from Bulacan, Nueva Ecija, Tarlac, Pampanga, Pangasinan, and of course, all the way to Benguet and Trinidad. We have a lot of farmers in that community. And right now, we have around 20,182 farmers in our platform. We serve 70 plus thousand families ordering from us. And we also donate to food kitchens. So right now we're supporting 4,594 frontliners, doctors, nurses, security guards, everyone who serves in the hospital. And we also have grow kids. But why I'm showing this impact measure, at the end of the day, we also want to show our impact measure because they said, If you cannot measure, it's nothing. You cannot manage it. So for us, it's also very necessary to measure our work and cross-check that with our finance. But aside from that, the other intervention that we created, I think as an agripreneur, you always need to innovate, as what Secretary De La Peña mentioned a while ago. You always need to innovate to achieve scampi, as per Paulo Tibig said, right? Um, we innovated. We launched the Agria Rescue Kitchen, or ARC. It's like a Noah's Ark during this pandemic, to really produce products that are seasonal, artisanal, intentional, unlimited, or sale. So that we can sell together. Sorry, it's so like cliche, but it's something that works in terms of marketing. I think everyone wants to come in our art and support our product. So, for example, in just making all these pomodoro sauces, we partner with Chibo. Margarita Ford is such a good friend of mine. We partner with Chibo to produce their tomato sauces. However, a lot of farmers in Nueva Vizcaya were posting that they're throwing their tomatoes because there's no market. So what happened to that? We actually saved around 12 tons of tomatoes. We made it into pomodoro sauces. I partnered with several chefs and we sold it in 1 liter. And the problem was we ended up having no bottles available anymore because there's so much support and so many people are loving our pomodoro sauces. There's an over harvest or surplus of broccoli. So what happened? We also made broccoli soup, and it was a big hit. And a lot of products actually are coming out from our Agri Rescue Kitchen. So we saved so many produce that are ugly, they said, like ugly fruits and vegetables, because we cannot put it in our basket to deliver in our market. Our markets mostly are the big subdivisions and condo complexes. So from Forbes or Daneta to Ayala Alabang, those are our niche market. As an agripreneur, you always need to identify your market. Who are your market? Who can afford to produce and who wants and willing to support you? So in our rescue kitchen, a lot of rejects are being processed in the rescue kitchen, and it's also a big revenue source for our company. So right now, all our products are being filed in the FDA, so that we can actually stabilize these products moving forward. So we work a lot with FDA also on this one. Another innovation that we created, there were so many plantitos and plantitas. For me, I always like, what's the opportunity in there to make money, and also what's the opportunity to put solutions in their problem. So we released grow kits. Right now we have 2,000 orders of this grow kits. It's 850 pesos per kit, per crate, and we have around 5,000 more in the pipeline for orders. So we named them very, very beautifully. So as always, making farming sexy, innovation, creativity, how for people to love agriculture. So we design our grow kit. We put it in a crate. You can put your company logo if you want to order. We put it in our crate. And we also work with farmers in Lucban, Quezon, to develop our soilless potting mix. So this is made of coconut coir, and we also have wood palochina from the carpenters also along Lucban, Quezon. So we give livelihood for this project. But more than that, look at the names of our grow kits. So the fanigang. So these are the vegetables present in the sinigang. So when you get the grow kits, you can have like 5 different kinds of vegetables. Ang pinakabet mo, that's the pinakbet mix, superb, flower power. And for all leafy and veggies, we call it leafy la vida loca. So a lot of people are buying because they love how we name it, but they're also very entertained. But at the same time, a lot of them really love our grow kits because it has a manual for you to start farming. And right now, our problem is our farmers are actually like having a hard time growing all our seedlings because of too much demand for these grow kits. So here I live in Makati, and on my rooftop, I still develop my rooftop garden. I grow my own food. This is part of my advocacy for resiliency. This kangkong I planted end of March, and until now, Mayaya said that we already harvested 6 kilos of kangkong. And right now, I have a lot of vegetables in this entire rooftop. And that's the daughter of my yaya, and she's handling basil. And every day I drink basil tea because it's so healthy. So to recap my discussion, what it's really meant for this economic reset on that's happening, and how do we live post COVID, right? So why sustainable food systems are needed in post COVID world? I actually got this in a global um, um, article of IMF, International Monetary Fund, and it says that 2020 will be a year of reckoning for the world's food systems. And what does it mean? So, economic reset means transforming our food systems. And transforming our food systems is not only about planting what we can plant, but it's really about building a resilient food supply chains, healthy diets. All the more, a lot of people now are trying to eat healthy because for to boost our immune system. Regenerative farming. A lot of people are trying to restore our environment. Speaking of that, we're supporting around 1,000 hectares of organic farms in Negros Occidental. We ship a lot of organic produce from Negros Occidental, and also Jadam natural farming produce from Isabela black rice farmers. Uh, and lastly, about conservation and innovation. For me, conservation is something that is very, very important because I think, I always explain to our farmers that uh, the environment is the social security system of our farmers. And if we will not take care of the environment, we will not have another planet to live. And innovation also is very, very important. So let's keep innovating so that we can progress. Um, for the farmers, center and core of change, let's invest in our farmers because if we will not invest in our farmers, will not really build a resilient and sustainable future for our agriculture. So lastly, food systems are the crossroads of human, animal, economic, and environmental health. So to live in the post-COVID world, I think this is like the most important message. And lastly, I want to remind everyone that the most essential business is feeding people. If there's one person who comes out in this world, and if that person would live until 60 years old or 80 years old or 100 years old, feeding that person in the next 100 years is the most essential and the most sustainable business. And right now, this is the Philippine population 2020. We are 109,581,078 Filipinos living on this planet. So thank you so much. Most things except agriculture can wait. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Ms. Madam Cherry Atilano. You see, a lot of people are inspired by your presentation. God bless you, and may your mission and goals in helping the 21,000 farmers and 34 cooperatives that are working with you. And marami hong mga dumating ho ng mga chats in our group chat. One of which was the former speaker before me, the panelist, and said, after hearing Cherry Atilano, sabi niya, I've decided to shift from subdivision development to agriculture. So, by the way, I received a message from the Secretariat that due to the constraint in time, we will no longer hold the question and answer, but rest assured, for those who send their questions, we will send them to the last three speakers, and we'll assure you that these questions will be answered. So thank you so much to the last three speakers, and we hope that indeed you will be an asset of the country in this time of the pandemic. So we give now the time or the chair to our MC, Sir Paulo Tibig. Thank you so much.
Alam nyo, well, 3 points lamang, no? Indeed, it's cool to be in agriculture. Do you agree with that, Cherry, Robert, Doc Alvin, and andyan pa ba si Yusek o si Doktor? Ang galing-galing, di ba? Parang, sabi ko nga, I always tell people that game changer is agriculture. And basically, it's infinitive business. I would tell you about that. Infinitive business for agriculture. Maki-baka, maki-baboy na tayo. Ayan. Anyway, basically at this point, everyone, yun yan, nabanggit natin because of very appetizing discussion. Total, tama-tama. Lunchtime na yung pinag-uusapan natin. So, we would like to, first, Dr. Alvin, would like to acknowledge lamang si Mr. Bert Phoenix, yung ating honorary president, who's also supporting us since all this activity. Maraming salamat po for joining us and being with us at this point of time. Okay, so first, pasalamatan muna rin natin, Doc Alvin, yung ating mga sponsors kasi syempre without them talagang mahihirapan tayong lahat ng ito. Una-una yung Cleanway, our event partners, Cleanway of Herma Group of Companies and RG Simbulan and Partners Corporation, di ba? Tapos our major sponsor also Subic Bay International Terminal Corporation, Royal Crest Cement Corporation, McKinney Foods, and LX Events. Maraming salamat po. Pero syempre, babalik na tayo ngayon sa ating open forum. Yan. Doc Alvin?
So it's to that time.
Oo, maraming tanong. So I hope na mapagbigyan natin ng ilang tanong na meron sa ating mga participants. Go ahead, Doc Alvin.
Okay. First, I would like to address this question to Dr. Rowena Guevara, our first speaker. Doc, do you have a convergence program with the Department of Agriculture that promotes the adoption of the technologies that you have just presented? How about the private sector?
We have several convergence programs with the Department of Agriculture. First of all, we have the Philippine Council for Agriculture, Aquatic and Natural Resources Research and Development, or PICARD. In our governing council, the Department of Agriculture Secretary is a member. And therefore, all the research and development that we do are, in a way, approved by the Department of Agriculture. Then most of the technologies that we finish are either transmitted by extension by our university partners or to the ATI of the Department of Agriculture. Secondly, alam niyo naman po siguro yung technical working group under IATF on food security. The DOST and the DA are both in that particular technical working group, and nilalabas po nila lahat ng agri-technologies na available natin ngayon in order to do agriculture in the new normal. Marami pa pong ibang convergence programs, but I just mentioned those first two. Thank you, Dr. Bellarmino.
Thank you, Dr. Guevara. Now, I have a question to Dr. Amores, Mr. Robert Amores, because a while ago, he mentioned that the PCCI and Aspire, Pilfodex, and the other agencies were talking with the SRA, or Sugar Regulatory Administration, regarding the importation of sugar for small-time consumption. You see, in Tarlac, there was this information coming from the sugar planters that since the time of the rice tariffification, there is now the interest of sugar farmers to plant more of their land for sugar. Now, won't there be a conflict, Mr. Amores, when it comes to the farmers shifting sugar plantation?
Okay. I would like to clarify for the benefit of the listeners and all of us here. Ang importation na to, never, in the last 5 years, never was there any information that the Philippines have been self-sufficient in sugar. Never. During several consultations with the sugar industry group in Visayas, no, we have the Visayas Chamber of Commerce. I was there 2 times. I did discussions with them. Now, what we're trying to drive at here is importation of certain quantities, calibrated quantities for the benefit of the domestic food processors only. Ibig sabihin nito, since the advent of the free trade agreement, no, between ASEAN, you can now import, alam ng mga kasama natin to, you can now import from these ASEAN countries with preferential tariff and VAT exemptions of commodities and products like langka, nata de coco, and all those products that are containing sugar as a main ingredient. Okay? You can import that. The cost of that sugar alone is already, I have the latest data, 25 to 28 pesos lang per kilo versus our cost of sugar here, which is over 50 pesos. Now, the intervention here is to allow the importation for selected domestic food processors. The reason why it's a PCCI, PhilExport, PhilFoodex intervention discussion with the DA through SRA, this will be a supervised importation. Hindi ito pang local market. This is calibrated importation, which the sugar industry group have understood and agreed during our last meeting with them last year. Na-overtaken lang right now ng pandemic, kaya yung mechanics to import it, hindi pa magawa-gawa. But we already have an agreement verbally a discussion prior to the pandemic with SRA Administrator Engineer Serapika. Okay, I just want it clarified, no? Hindi to para pan-domestic market. It will not be to the detriment of the farmers nor competing with the domestic market. These are all for domestic food processors.
Thank you. Thank you, Sir Bobby. Very clear. Yeah, just last question. I would like to address this to Madam Cherry. Briefly, what advice can you give our youth to encourage them to venture to agriculture?
First, I guess, a lot of our youth are so interested into agriculture, but for me, I would like to listen I would like to listen or to be mentored by people who have been in agriculture so that they can learn more insights, especially on the business. And second one is immerse in the farm because most of them are coming here from Manila and they want to do intervention into the agriculture sector and they don't even know how to start. For me, farm immersion is very, very important. Learn from the farmers. And third one, I guess I like to promote the new program of the Department of Agriculture because some of the youth, they have all the energy, they have the enthusiasm and the passion, they don't have the money. So go to the Department of Agriculture and maybe, figure out how you can have access to the loan program, the zero interest for the next 5 years of the department so that you'll have financial support to start your own business. And mentoring after that is very important.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. For the last part, before I turn over to our MC, let's have a photo op for the officers that are left. Okay?
Ayan. Maraming salamat, Doc Alvin. Kay Dr. Guevara, kay Sir Robert, at Cherry, see you around sa Goneg. See you around. Okay. Maraming salamat sa inyong lahat. Okay. Alam natin na talagang excited na lahat. But again, we would like to, alam nyo, ang dami talagang homegrown na mga talent dito sa North Luzon, if I may say, no? So gusto kong introduce sa inyo at i-welcome natin ang magbibigay sa atin ng isang entertainment number ng ito ay isang flagship project ng Bulacan CCI na tinatawag nila yung Bupex. So parang taon-taon nag-hold sila ng isang singing contest para sa mga bata. At ito ay naging isang platform sa pag-discover ng mga promising young singing talents. Let's all welcome everyone. Our guest for today is the Buffex Kids Grand Champion for 2019. What age 7 has his own music band. Wow, di ba? And has since performed in center stage in GMA 7. Please welcome John Nathan Contreras.
Hello po sa inyo. Maraming salamat po sa pag-invite po sa akin. At alam ko po na napakahirap po ng dinadanas natin dahil po sa pandemya po ito. Pero kapit lang po tayo at di po tayo papabayaan ni Lord. At maghintay lamang po tayo dahil may bukas pa po. So sana po buksan niyo po ang kanta ko po. Panahon na para sa iyo, huwag mainip dahil kaniyan ang buhay sa mundo. Huwag mawawalan ng pag-asa, darating na ligaya ang isipin mo'y may bukas pa na mayroong saya. Gabi ko ay hindi hadlang upang tumakas ka. Huwag kang iiwas pag napipig ko, dapat nga lumaban ka. Ang kailangan mo'y tibay ng loob kung mayroong pagsubok man. Ang liwanag ay di magtatagal at muling mamamasdan. Ikot ng mundo ay hindi laging bighati kasawian. Ang pangarap mo ay magkakamtan, basta't maghintay ka lamang. Kung hindi ngayon ang panahon na para sa iyo, huwag maiinip dahil kaniyan ang buhay sa mundo. Huwag mawawalan ng pag-asa, darating ang ligaya. Ang isipin mo'y may bukas pa na mayroong saya. Kabigo ay hindi hadlang upang tumakas ka. Huwag kang iwas pag nabibigo, dapat nga lumaban ka. Ang kailangan mo'y tibay ng loob kung mayroong pagsubok man. Ang liwanag ay di magtatagal at muling mamamasdan. Ikot ng mundo ay hindi laging bighati kasawian. Ang pangarap mo ay
Basta't maghintay ka lamang.
Yan, ang galing ng pagkakakanta ni Nathan doon, di ba? Sabi nga, maghintay lamang tayo. Konting-konti na lang ang hihintayin natin, everyone. At this point in time, we would like to, syempre, eto na tayo ng session na we wanted to conclude and to give us a special presentation on the upcoming 46th Philippine Business Conference is this year's conference chairman, Miss Enonina V. Mangyo. You know, Miss Mangyo is the second woman in PCCI to chair the largest business gathering in the country. A licensed engineer by profession, she is the chairman of the board and president of Chooser's Choice Food and Development Corporation, Mawel Chemical Corporation, and Servcare International Corporation, an international corporate organization engaged in mining, resorts, hotels and casinos, and property management with subsidiaries in the US, Asia, and Dubai. Our speaker is an active member of PCCI, serving as chair of the Philippines-Korea Business Council and Philippine-USA Business Council. She is an honorary consul of the Republic of Liberia in Manila and charter president of Rotary Club of Fort Bonifacio West. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Miss Enonina V. Mangyo.
Navigate your business through uncharted territories. Explore innovation and technological advancement. Navigate your business through uncharted territories. Explore innovation and technological advancement. Learn from the government and the country's top business leaders. Transform to a high-income economy. Enhance enterprise performance. Leverage technology and innovate to advance. Improve your business during and beyond the pandemic. Join our 2-day National Business Conference. We are the voice of Philippine business. The 46th Philippine Business Conference and Expo, Innovation at PH, October 7 to 8, Marriott Hotel Grand Ballroom.
There. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. With your kind indulgence and for the interest of time, please allow me to dispense all of the formalities and greetings to our dignitaries and VIPs. Thank you for this opportunity to virtually invite you all for the 46th Philippine Business Conference and Expo, known to us as PBCNE. Despite of our present pandemic challenges, the PCCI board decided to proceed with the conference using virtual platform. As our President Benedicto Uico said, and I quote, "Now more than ever is the time to take a stand and show our force as the voice of business." The conference will be on October 7 and 8, 2020. And to give semblance of actual face-to-face conference via Zoom, all shootings, telecastings, and activities will be done at the Marriott Hotel Ballroom. This year's conference will have for its theme, Innovation at PH. It will look closely to the country's innovation ecosystem and deep dive into how executives in government and all industries are leading digital transformation across different aspects of government and business operations. May I request for the slide, please? Did we have the slide, the presentation? Well, let me continue while waiting for the slide. Okay. Following the tradition, we look forward to once again having our Vice President, Lenny Robredo, to grace our opening plenary. Please allow me to walk you through to our conference program. On the day one, slide please. On the day one, for plenary one, we will be having Finance Secretary Dominguez, who will talk about innovation in fiscal management. Plenary two, it will be about driving innovation through agile legislations and regulations with Her Excellency, former President Gloria Macapagal Arroyo as our speaker. And it will be followed by Industry 4.0, the future of productivity, with NEDA Secretary Carl Kendrick Chua, Trade Secretary Ramon Lopez, and DOST Secretary Fortunato de la Peña as our speakers. On our second day, we will be inviting, and we hope to have them with us, the bigwigs in business, starting off with Ayala Corporation Chair and CEO Jaime Augusto Sobel de Ayala, JG Summit President and CEO Lance Gokongwei, and Philinvest Development Corporation President and CEO Josephine Gatianum Yap. It will be really good to listen to them on how large companies embrace innovation for our plenary 4. On innovative financing solutions for business on plenary 5, we will be inviting BSP Governor Venamin Diokno, alongside Bankers Association of the Philippines Chairman Cesar Consing, Philintech Alliance.ph Managing President Leo Villanueva, and Palawan Express President Bobby Castro. On plenary 6, research and innovation, tools to maneuver into the next normal, we hope to have DOST Undersecretary for Research and Development, Ms. Rowena Cristina Guevara, and Actus President Raquel Joros, and Servio Small Business Coach Joel Gurango. If as we go along, and all PBC conferences, we normally have all these awards. we will still be giving away these awards like Most Outstanding Chamber Award, Most Business Friendly LGU, INJAPSIA, Young Entrepreneur Award, Environment, Ecology, and Economy Award, Alfredo Yao Intellectual Property Award, Best Idea Development Award, International Chamber of Commerce of the Philippines ICCP Award, and a special award for all our frontliner during this pandemic season. One of the highlights of the conference is the handling over of policy recommendations to ERRD. These sets of resolutions emanating from the local chambers will be passed on to President Rodrigo Duterte at the concluding ceremony. He will be our guest speaker for our concluding ceremony on the second day. Aside from the conference proper, we will have pre-conference activities such as National Chamber Management Forum on October 2 and a golf tournament at the East Ridge Golf Club on October 5. Another exciting highlights of this PBCNE will be the official launching of the PCCI e-commerce portal, which will carry the brand Shop All. Instead of just holding a one-time expo, our President, Ambassador Benedicto Huico, thought of an innovative service to the members of PCCI and local chambers that will continue even after the PBC. This platform will allow us to sell our products and services online. For those who are interested but not yet experienced in online marketing, we will be happy to assist you and provide you the training support and guidance. Our very able system provider, Lintech Network Solutions, represented by its president and CEO, Mr. Richard Prodigalidad, will next present to you the details of Shop On. In closing, I would like to congratulate PCCI North Luzon, headed by North Luzon Area Vice President Ms. Gigi Simbulan, and regional governors Mr. Tom Panis of CAR, Mr. Alexander Ang of Region 1, Mr. Cloyd Velasco of Region 2, and Mr. Alvin Bellarmino of Region 3 for this highly successful 29th Philippine Business Conference. Indeed, your NLABC has set the bar high for the area business conference this year. Let us all learn from our renowned speakers and policymakers on how we and our businesses can innovate and thrive during and after pandemic using innovative solutions. Please join us on our 46th Philippine Business Conference and Expo on October 7 and 8. Thank you and marami pong salamat.
Okay, thank you, Miss Nina. Indeed, I'm sure lahat tayo is excited with the lineup and roster of the topics and guests and speakers. Malamang lahat po tayo magrehistro na ulit para sa ating Philippine Business Conference. All right. Now, to give us an overview, nabanggit nga po ni Miss Nina kanina, yung exciting project na ito ng PCCI, may I call on the President and CEO of Lintech Network Solution, Mr. Richard Prodigalidad, para po sa presentation na kanyang gagawin ngayong hapon ito.
Hello, sir. Can everyone hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Okay, good afternoon. Thank you very much for inviting me here again. Again, my name is Richard Prodigalidad. They call me Prodigy, not because I'm the prodigy, but my surname always gets mixed up like a tongue twister. It's an honor. It's an honor to be here to an insight of our dear speakers. Even though I have only given like 5 to 7 minutes time to talk, I feel like I'm also one of the most powerful speakers for today, simply because my presentation will be the one to decide what time you will have your lunch. So let's get started. During the COVID-19 pandemic, technologies are playing a crucial role in keeping our society functional in time of lockdowns and quarantines. And this technology may have a long-lasting impact beyond COVID-19. Many delivery companies and restaurants in US and China are launching contactless delivery services where goods are picked up and dropped off at the designated location instead of from off into the hands of a person. Contactless digital payments in US are either in the form of cards or e-wallets that are recommended payments method to avoid the spread of COVID-19. Even many operating companies right now in the Philippines have asked employees to work from home. And even as of mid-April, 191 countries announced or implemented school or university closures impacting 1.57 billion students. Many educational students started, educational institutions started offering courses online to ensure education was not disrupted by the quarantine measures. Welcome to the world's biggest leap in the business industry. And this is the new normal. Today, we are now being forced to break with decades of business tradition, but yet we also have the chance to reinvent our business now and reimagine what reformation we need to do to our business. And yet, how much are we doing? Welcome to Shop All. Shop All was born out of the desire to help the community during the time of COVID-19 pandemic. It is a platform where legit, pre-screened, and pre-qualified local entrepreneurs and business professionals managed by Philippine Chamber of Commerce that can efficiently market their products and services for the ultimate benefit of the consumers. And we will be launching it this coming October. ShopAll is a multi-channel platform that helps SME, the micro SMEs, have its own Lazada. That means that you will have your own page inside ShopAll that you can manage and transact. This is the new mall of the Philippines. This is not only to help the SMEs and the MSMEs, but also the consumer, which is our Filipino people. And this is our response to our COVID-19, a willing to share platform, an able to share platform, and a ready to launch platform. And we will do this coming October. So more or less, this is the screenshot of the site, and this is actually the page wherein you will be able to actually see the adding and the carting. And we also have added, additionally, each of the participants or the members will have their own mall. A mall, it's like you being a tenant, just like in Lazada, where you can be able to share all your products and services, and also how they can be able to get in touch with you, message you, do Facebook checking, and everything. So with Shop all your business can overcome geographic limits. You can also gain new customers online, and it also let your business be open 24/7. And others, it will also greatly provide convenience and option to choose from. So these are some of the features and benefits of Shop All. You will have your own profile page, or you have your own store. As a business, you can be able to promote your products, upload your pictures, products, and services. You can also message your customers anytime, and you can monitor your sales using a dashboard. We created the dashboard for you so that every time there's a transaction that there is happening in ShopAll, you will be able to see and monitor its sales. And lastly, we will be providing you links to your products and services that you can be able to promote anytime. So some of the tips on the platform is that you need to be able to actually use professional photos. Use your business logos or your own professional photos. You all know that most of the products and services, they would like to see credibility. They would like to see professionalism. Make your bio informative and engaging to potential client. So the question mark, the proper punctuation, capital letter, etc. You need to check your spelling for mistakes and add your active contact information so that your customers can reach you pretty easy. And then make sure your address in your profile is accurate. So as I end my presentation with a thought, let us not squander the opportunity this crisis offers and rebuild our business ecosystems thoughtfully and intentionally, celebrating resilience, creativity, and adaptability as the cornerstone of what it means to be a hero in this brave new world. Let's embrace technology and reimagine our business and adapt to this new normal. For me, as a business owner, this is truly a historic moment in the business world. We need to be a hero in our beloved country. And even if we're not, let's try to pretend to be one. The word crisis means to sift and comes from an ancient Greek times. It refers to a critical moment where we must decide and choose what is essential. To some of our leaders here, Shop All is as an essential platform to your business to survive in this pandemic. So to be able to apply in Shop All, you just need to go now to shopall.ph and you will see a form wherein you need to fill up your form so that the PCCI members or our tech team can be able to actually accommodate and you being part of the initial tranche or initial ambassadors of this platform. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Richard. It is really something. Shopwall is, I think, exciting for all of us, and it is something that we need to watch out for. Maraming salamat, Miss Nina. Maraming salamat, Sir Richard, for that wonderful introduction of the new project. Okay, moving on with this. Um, we need to get on track with this important facet of the conference, the presentation and the adoption of the 29th North Luzon Area Business Conference resolutions and Sulong Pilipinas recommendations. And to present the 29th North Luzon Area Business Conference resolutions and Sulong Pilipinas recommendation, may I please call on the PCCI North regional governors, namely from CAR, Mr. Tom Panis, from Region 1, Mr. Alex Ang. Region 2, Mr. Cloyd Velasco and Dr. Alvin Bellarmino of Region 3. And syempre, hindi mawawala ating North Luzon Area Vice President, Ms. Gigi Singulan.
Thank you, Paulo. Thank you. To all our participants or delegates, magandang hapon na po sa ating lahat. Since the imposition of lockdowns in March, the Philippine Chamber of Commerce and Industry North Luzon, headed by our Vice President Gregoria Gigi Simbulan and my fellow regional governors have been meeting regularly with our local chamber presidents to discuss the impact of the pandemic, not only to their business, but to their well-being as well. In these meetings, we have discussed initiatives to help our local communities, but more importantly, discuss how we can cushion the adverse impact of the health crisis of our respective businesses, avert closures or retrenchment of workers. We have likewise met with our PCCI President, Ambassador Benedicto Yuhuico, and presented to him the current concerns on the ground and presented proposed resolutions. What we are presenting today for adoption are the output of our continuing consultations with our 21 chambers in North Luzon. PCCI North Luzon would like to submit these resolutions for and in consideration of the Philippine government towards economic recovery, resilience, and sustainability. And to read our first resolution, we request our Governor of Region 1, Alex Ang. Governor Alex.
Yeah. Good afternoon. Can you see me?
Yes, yes.
For the Interagency Task Force for the Management of Emerging Infectious Diseases, or IATF, to adopt localized lockdown based on a data-driven analysis to contain the spread of COVID-19 and enable economic activities in COVID-free areas. For the IATF to work with the Anti-Red Tape Authority, or ARTA, to ensure minimum face-to-face transactions in government agencies through the enhanced computerization and digitization of government transactions and ease of doing business.
May we will proceed with the next resolution to be presented by Governor Lloyd Velasco of Region 2.
Resolution urging the Department of Agriculture to work with LGU to support community farming by tapping the idle land in their respective communities to be tilled by the unemployed and marginalized member of our society, particularly the beneficiaries of 4-Piece program. Resolved further to encourage the youth to consider agriculture as a source of livelihood by providing them scholarship and training programs. A resolution urging the Department of Tourism to provide a loan facility through soft loans with either zero or low interest to cover the monthly operations expenses and relief from loan payment as well as from their creditors of tourism establishments.
Thank you, Governor Cloyd. And for the next resolution, may I request Governor Alvin. Governor Alvin.
Governor Alvin. Can
Yeah.
Sir Tom,
Okay.
do you have the copy pa rin po ba para
Okay.
tuloy na natin?
Good afternoon.
Oh, dyan na.
Yan. Go ahead, sir.
Government. A resolution urging the Philippine government to create investment and employment opportunities, prepare the transportation and road infrastructures, and housing, schooling, and medical facilities before the actual relocation of people from NCR under the Balik Provincia program. Another resolution urging the Department of Finance, the Department of Trade and Industry, and the Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas to introduce more flexible loans to MSMEs so they can jumpstart the business and are able to recover from losses acquired during the quarantine period. And for Congress to allocate bigger budget for the Department of Science and Technology to help spur innovation
in the countryside.
Wala. Okay. Thank you very much, my fellow governors. Madam Area Vice President, here are the resolutions gathered from our chambers in North Luzon for approval of the body. Madam AVP.
Yeah. Thank you so much to my debonair dashing RGs, Tom Panis, Lloyd Velasco, Alvin Bellarmino, and Alex Ang. It's really been a pleasure working with you. And the most, to me, the most important resolution is the one on agriculture. It's the one on innovation, because after all, our conference is on strategic innovation. So we hope that government will give more funds to the Department of Science and Technology. So again, thank you very much, dear regional governors. And if there are no objections on the floor, we will be adopting these resolutions and present to the PCCI board for inclusion in the upcoming 46th PBC Expo and PBC and Expo. And the resolutions will then be submitted to the President of the Republic of the Philippines, President Rodrigo Roa Duterte. At this point, we will also want to present the result of the Sulong Consultancy conference, which was conducted yesterday. Take it away, Grace. Top actionable recommendations. Should I read?
Yes, ma'am.
To help control the transmission of COVID-19, the Interagency Task Force for the Management of Emerging Infectious Diseases and the Department of Health should conduct intensified rapid testing, PCR testing, in areas with high case rates and ensure efficient contact tracing and implementation of quarantine protocols. Number two, to ensure fast internet, especially during the coming school year, the Department of Information and Communication and Technology must ensure that network providers will improve their services and provide this at an affordable price. And if I may add, lending products in fintech lending products as soon as possible. And if I may add, for the government to really analyze what's making it difficult for our existing telco to expand, because I know very much, and it is for their own sake and profitability, that they really would like to expand. So we should see the problems at the ground, on the ground, with the LGUs giving more encouragement and being more lenient with our telcos. Next, please. To enable the recovery of micro, small, and medium enterprises from the impact of COVID-19, the Department of Finance, the BSP, and other government financial institutions should provide easy access to credit with low interest rates together with one fintech lending product as soon as possible. 4, to help the country's economic recovery, the government must be encouraged to provide additional infrastructure to connect the islands and provinces, advance transportation and facilities, and more logistic facilities as soon as possible. Number 5, to ensure the continued production of necessary supplies and basic needs, the government should provide financial assistance through loans without interest to the manufacturing industry not later than October of this year. 6, to help business recover from the economic downturn, the local government units should extend the validity of business permits issued in 2020 to the whole year of 2021. That's happiness for the businessmen. Number 7, to encourage more foreign investors and manufacturers to look at a more competitive cost for putting up a business. The DTI and the DOF must reshape the country's business landscape and make it more attractive to the global market by 2021-2022. Oh, let's have more. For the tourism sector to survive, the Department of Tourism should coordinate with the IATF and discuss how to gradually open business engaged in tourism amidst the COVID-19 pandemic as soon as possible. Number 9, to help small local contractors access possible joint venture projects with foreign contractors. The construction industry should roll out a business matching program to help facilitate domestic and international partnership within the year. Number 10, To ensure sufficient food supply, the government and private sector must join hands to provide a unified and coordinated system for the production and distribution of food across the country, including promoting backyard farming. Ladies and gentlemen, this has been a very productive session, not only in the North Luzon Area Business Conference, but in the Sulong Pilipinas conference yesterday. So, if there are no objections, again, if there are no objections on the floor, then we respectfully submit these resolutions and present them to ASEC Tony Lambino for presentation to the first the board, I think, and then through the board to Secretary to ASEC Tony Lambino. Pasensya na kayo na-excite ako pag si ASEC Tony Lambino because we will have a duet of Paraiso one of these days, hopefully. So we are submitting this with much respect and high esteem to ASEC Tony Lambino through the PCCI for inclusion in the upcoming 46 PBC and Expo, and later to be submitted to the President Rodrigo Roa Duterte. Sir?
We welcome ASEC Tony Lambino, everyone. Sir, magandang hapon po, sir.
Magandang hapon po, and congratulations on a very successful North Luzon conference.
Thank you.
Is it the cue for me to accept already?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yes, sige po. Thank you very much. PCCI Chairperson Lim Hoco, PCCI President Ambassador Yuhiko, PCCI President Emeritus Barcelon, past and present PCCI officers who are with us virtually and in spirit, PCCI North Luzon Area Vice President Simbulan. Ma'am, I apologize for missing your closing remarks yesterday. Sumabay po dun sa Senate ratification ng Bayanihan 2, no? And we were on call staffing the secretary. So sorry po. Perhaps we can schedule that duet of Paraiso sometime soon. PCCI Director of Agriculture Amores, PCCI Regional Governors and members of the North Luzon Chambers, magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat. On behalf of the Duterte administration and Finance Secretary Dominguez, allow me to extend our warmest gratitude and congratulations to the Philippine Chamber of Commerce and Industry for successfully organizing the North Luzon Area Business Conference amidst these very difficult times. I would like to thank you, our leaders from the North Luzon business community, for sharing your conference resolutions and for your active participation during this year's Sulong Pilipinas sessions. Since its launch in 2016, Sulong has played a crucial role in bringing our key stakeholders together in collaborative and participatory workshops for the creation of groundbreaking public policy. Through the years, PCCI has been a dependable and steadfast partner of the government in pushing for key priorities that benefit hardworking businesses and the economy as a whole. The tax reform for acceleration and inclusion or TRAIN law, the estate tax and delinquencies amnesty, and the increases in sin taxes to fund universal health care were passed with the support and contributions of PCCI chapters nationwide. As we push the Corporate Recovery and Tax Incentives for Enterprises Act, or CREATE, through the finish line, we recognize that we would not have gotten this far without the support of the PCCI. Your continued support for Sulong Pilipinas has also led to the enactment of several of this administration's game-changing reforms. The Comprehensive Tax Reform Program, National ID System, financing for universal healthcare, ease of doing business, and the Build, Build, Build program were hard-won fruits from the labors of and investments in nation building. The private sector is in a unique position in the business of nation building. Businesses have the sectoral expertise, organizational capacity, and foresight to create progressive solutions in various areas of development. Your economic contributions have a real, lasting impact on millions of employees, consumers, and everyday Filipinos. We value your insights and your expertise. On behalf of the Duterte administration and Economic Development Cluster Chair Sunny Dominguez, I am pleased to accept the top actionable recommendations from yesterday's Sulong Pilipinas e-conference with PCCI North Luzon. I am also honored to receive the North Luzon Area Business Conference resolutions that your business chambers have put forward today. We affirm your call for economic recovery, resilience, and sustainability. We are truly grateful for the time and effort you have invested in co-creating these solutions with each other and with us. We will share these recommendations with the concerned government agencies and give them serious consideration as we have consistently done through the years. On that note, I would like to share with you some developments following the finalization of the Bayanihan 2 bicameral report just yesterday. The Senate has ratified the BICAM version of the bill, and we await the House ratification of the measure early next week. Echoing the call for intensified testing, our health response is front and center in Bayanihan 2, with enhanced protocols for contact tracing, streamlined systems for registering viral testing kits and testing centers, as well as various forms of support for our medical workers. There is also a standby appropriation for the purchase of the vaccine against COVID-19 when it becomes available. Recognizing the impact of travel restrictions on tourism, the law provides for assistance to critically impacted tourism enterprises through loan interest rate subsidies, tourism road infrastructure, cash for work programs, and other forms of support. On transportation more generally, the law provides for service contracting arrangements with public transport service providers. The law will also infuse more capital to government financial institutions so that they may provide more access to credit to micro, small, and medium enterprises in response to the multiple calls from PCCI North Luzon and to the urgent need to support and protect productive segments of the economy. On the heels of Bayanihan 2, we will focus on securing legislative approval for government financial institutions to serve as wholesale banks so that they can buy significant portions of loans that smaller banks have lent out to their borrowers to encourage additional lending to MSMEs. We would also like to revive the special purpose vehicles set up in response to the Asian financial crisis in the past so that banks can unload their non-performing assets and clean up their balance sheets again in order for them to provide more access to credit to their borrowers. We also propose that our GFIs be allowed to form a holding company that will infuse equity with strict conditions into strategic firms facing insolvency. We are also supporting the BSP, the Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas, in working with Congress to amend the Agri-Agra law so that banks can support agricultural value chains in their entirety. In response to the fourth Sulong recommendation from Sulong PCCI North Luzon, the Build, Build, Build program will continue to be the cornerstone of our economic recovery. To reshape the country's business landscape and make it more attractive to the global market, the seventh recommendation from this conference, we will continue to push for the urgent passage of CREATE, which will lower corporate income tax rate, the corporate income tax rate from 30 to 25% immediately and 1 percentage point per year from 2023 to 2027. It will also modernize our tax and non-tax incentive systems. When the pandemic finally recedes, we expect our economy to resurge. I am hopeful that the North Luzon business community will continue to partner with us at the front lines of our economic revival. Together, we will beat this pandemic and get back onto our positive growth trajectory. Thank you and congratulations again.
Thank you very much.
Maraming salamat, ASEC Lambino. Sabi nga ni Miss Gigi, siguro yung susunod na session will be, you'll be singing with us. Yan daw yan susunod. But anyway, maraming salamat po. We would like to call on everyone, yung ating mga North Luzon Regional Governors and Presidents and PCCI officers. Paki-open po yung video for this one virtual photo opportunity. Ayan, with ASEC Tony Lambino. Good. Yan na, sigurado na yan. Sigurado na yung ating mga photos. Okay, maraming salamat everyone kay ASEC Lambino. Maraming salamat po, ASEC. Now we have reached the tail end of this two-day conference, and to deliver the conference closing remarks, may again, alam nyo, this hardworking lady, siguro malamang konting-konti na lamang ngingiting-ngiti na to, lalo na mamaya pagkatapos ng lahat ng session. May we call on the passionate, the ever, yung Gigi daw niya, gorgeous, generous, Gigi Simbulan, our ADP. Ma'am?
Ay, magandang hapon na yata po sa ating lahat. I am truly thrilled by the speech of Secretary Tony Lambino. It's really my favorite, and not only for his singing prowess, but for his good looks. And I think he's very sincere to really help government. Medyo bata pa po, pero kitang-kita natin na he has to go up the ladder of government so that we can all realize our dreams, especially in this pandemic, na ang dami po nating dapat pagtulong-tulungan. Thank you, Secretary Lambino, ASEC Lambino, for your gracious presence and very inspiring message. Ambassador Benedicto Yuhico, our President of PCCI, Miss Maria Alegria Sibalimhoco, our Chairman, our speaker, Secretary Carlos Dominguez, who honored us with his very encouraging speech. Our Secretary Fortunato de la Peña, a good friend, Dangal ng Lipi Bulacan of Bulacan, for his generous time. Our other speakers, Yusek Mercedita Sombilia of NEDA, Yusek Rowena Guevara of the Department of Science and Technology, Governor Albert Garcia of Bataan, of course, again, ASEC Tony Lambino of the Department of Finance, Mayor Rex Gatchalian of Valenzuela, and Mayor Isko Moreno of Manila, Attorney Jeremiah Belhica, of course, my good friend, Mr. Bobby Amores of Highlas Marketing and PCCI Committee on Agriculture. And my most, the person who has really inspired me most today, and I'm so glad that he really lent us her gracious presence as founding farmer of Agrea, Miss Cherry Atilano. Maraming salamat, Miss Cherry. I'm not so young, and I'm not a lot older than you are, but you certainly have inspired me. And I think more so the youth of this land with your passion in agriculture. And now I know the secret of your beauty and being well-shaped. So we all would like to go into agriculture to be as sexy as you are, because agriculture can make everyone sexy. And of course, our thanks to Mr. Villorente of Globe. Sana po maging mas malapit kayo sa mga pamahalaan at ang pamahalaan naman ay tulungan talaga kayong maka-expand. Please tell your management that North Luzon would like to support you in your expansion. Our board of directors, President Emeritus George Barcelon, Secretary, Treasurer and past President, Chairman, etc., Sir Ortiz Luis, all the board of directors who are present. I'm sorry, I can no longer read the long list. My fellow area vice president, Clarine Tobias, Delia Jimenez, Sammy Shoson, Gay Alegrio. We will be there in your area business conferences. My good friend and hardworking na talaga pong hindi na rin po nakakatulog, Chairman of the 46th Philippine Business Conference, Ms. Nina Mangyo. Colleagues in the Chamber Movement, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, again, magandang hapon po. On behalf of the Philippine Chamber of Commerce and Industry and the conference organizers of North Luzon, my team, I thank all of you for your active participation and significant contribution to the conduct of the North Luzon Business Conference on its 29th year. It has indeed been a great honor and privilege to have been entrusted with such an undertaking at a virtual gathering of such eminent people from different parts of the country. To my mind, the presentations and discussions in the two-day event were very informative, enlightening, insightful, inspirational, and there are plenty of takeaways to reflect upon. And I'm very pleased with the outcome of the conference, which we must share not with our constituents, our communities, our organization. And I would like to thank the distinguished guests and resource speakers, which again, thank the distinguished guests and speakers, and the presence of government units, LGUs, industry associations, the academe, other stakeholders for taking time out of their busy duties to be part of this conference. Our highest appreciation and gratitude to our event partners, the Herma Group of Companies, especially Cleanway. It's a new company involved in environmental management solutions. RG Simbulan and partners of Simbulan Group of Companies, your ID Fit Out contractor. Subic Bay International Terminal Corporation, maraming salamat po. McKinney, a family brand for meat products since 1986. Royal Crest Cement Corporation for all your cement needs. LX Events Pro, very professional. Pro means professional. Thank you for your support that have enabled us to make this event a great success. And not to forget my good friend, forever friend, Mr. Paulo Tibig, a motivational speaker, very professional, very generous. He is the past president of the Bulacan, the Bataan Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Thank you, Paolo. You've been so, you are God-given. To my North Luzon, my regional governors, my North Luzon team, my regional governors, I cannot thank you enough. This will not be the success that it is, and I'm getting very good reviews that this is a huge success. And as Nina said, and I think she said it sincerely, that we have raised the bar for holding the area of business conference despite the pandemic. My North Luzon regional governors, Tom Panis of CAR, Alex Ang of Region 1, Cloyd Velasco, Region 2, and Dr. Alvin Bellarmino of Region 3. My chamber presidents from the 21 chambers of commerce of Regions 1, 2, 3, and the Cordillera Administrative Region. Maraming salamat po. To the dynamic and diligent Secretariat, I cannot not say this, from the PCCI National, from the Bulacan Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and the Pampanga Chamber of Commerce and Industry, together with our technical team, who have been losing sleep, who have had sleepless nights to see this seminar through. Indeed, a professional breed. Maraming salamat po. PCCI, salamat po sa inyong walang hanggang suporta sa North Luzon. And of course, we would like and we hope and we trust that you will continue to trust us with more resources so that we can do our vision and mission in this North Luzon area. In closing, we would like to assure everyone, those who are still here and those who are still here in spirit, that we will continue to add more events and opportunities for you to participate in and get involved in the endeavors and initiatives of PCCI today, the voice of Philippine business, particularly in the area of agriculture. As you know, our last session to me is very important, repositioning agriculture as the key to food security and inclusive growth. So see you all again next year in the 30th North Luzon Area Business Conference, face-to-face or virtual platform, such as the one we are about to end. This has been a thrilling experience for all of us. So ladies and gentlemen, this is your Area Vice President, Gregoria Gigi Gamboa Simbulan, and I now officially conclude the 29th North Luzon Area Business Conference. But don't go away for the bonus because we still have a lot of prizes, including 2 Acer laptops. For those who have been patiently been with us during the 2 days, good luck to everyone. Maraming salamat po at mabuhay tayong lahat.
Indeed, it was sabi nga, yung event was raising the bar of the virtual platform ng gantong conference, and you had led the way, Miss Gigi, together with your team, our regional governors, our presidents, and siyempre, the PCCI Secretariat, and so on, lahat ng taong tumulong. I'm sure, iba yung naging effect nito sa lahat ng ating participants. Now, may we call on everyone, regional governors, our presidents, and officers para sa isang virtual milestone na photo op na gagawin natin to conclude our session for the day. But, sabi nga ni Ma'am Gigi, konting-konti na lang po yung hinihintay natin. 2 Acer laptop, 2 tablet, at 10 headphone pa yata yung ating ipamimigay. So, hintayin lang po natin. Konting-konti na lang po. Okay. So, are we good? Can we take a picture, Ma'am Gigi and everyone? Okay na ba? May mga lumalabas pa? Yung video nyo po, pakilabas, and ibigay na po natin yung pinakamatamis at pinakamagandang ngiti natin ngayong hapon na to. Inabot na tayong hapon, everyone. Last. Ayan. Maraming salamat po. At kung nabitin kayo kanina at hindi nagbigay ng awit si Asek Lambino, pero meron pa rin po kakanta sa atin ngayon, di ba? yung ating mga homegrown talent. Let's all welcome again si Nathan Contreras.
Wag damdamin kasawian, may bukas pa sa iyong buhay. Sisikat din ang iyong araw. Ang landas mo ay mag-iilaw. Sa daigdig ang buhay ay ganyan, mayroong ligaya at lumbay. Maghintay at may nakalaan bukas. May bukas pa sa iyong buhay. Man ka ng Diyos na may lalang. Ang iyong pagdaramdam, italangin mo sa may kapal. Nasa puso mo ay mawala ng lubusan. Sa daigdig ang buhay ay ganyan, mayroong ligaya at lumbay. Maghintay at may nakalaan bukas. Ay bukas pa sa iyong buhay. Tuturuan ka ng Diyos na may lalang. Ang iyong pagdaramdam, italangin mo sa may kapal. Nasa puso mo ay mawala ng lubusan. Ang iyong pagdaramdam, italangin mo sa may kapal. Nasa puso mo ay mawala ng lubusan. Mawala ng
Galing-galing ni Nathan talaga. So, ito may mga susunod na superstars natin, mga champion singers. And now, ito na yung hinihintay nating lahat-lahat. Ma'am Gigi, baka naman daw po rin kami manalo. So, pinasimplify na po natin ang raffle mechanics natin this afternoon. So, babasahin ko lamang po yung pinaka pinaka simplified na ating mechanics. Number 1, unang-una, dapat daw ay present tayo ng 2 araw. So ibig sabihin, simula kahapon at ngayon, narito po tayo at umattend sa ating conference. At pangalawa, you have to be here hanggang sa dulo ng ating raffle draw. Ayan. To signify that you are still here, click the raise hand button. Ulitin natin click nyo po yung raise hand button so we know you are still here at present pa rin po kayo at kasama natin ngayon. Yan. But if not, be able to raise the hand, the secretariat will check if you are still here, so the raffle draw will continue. But if you are not logged out in the right now during the raffle draw, we will spin the wheel again. Okay. I-mention ko muna po yung premyo, but before that, magkakaroon po tayo ng isa pang photo opportunity para sa lahat. Okay? Ang ating premyo, una-una, 10 JBL wireless in-ear headphones. Pangalawa, yan. 2 Samsung Galaxy Tab o tablet for the 2 winners. At ang huli, 2 major prize natin na Acer Aspire na laptop. Okay. So para yung excitement nandiyan na, can we all show us your video, everyone? Maglabas po kayo lahat para sa isang photo ops na lahat pong crowd shot na gagawin natin before we proceed with our raffle. Ating mga ayan, nakikita na natin, naka-gallery view. Marami pa rin pong narito, syempre. Can you tell us kung okay na lahat? Lahat po ba? Labas muna po tayo sa ating video. Okay, can we start with the picture taking? Okay na ba tayo? Ang dami natin. Congratulations to everyone for joining. At sabi nga ni Ma'am Gigi, you're raising the bar. You're part of this activity this afternoon since yesterday that is raising the bar of virtual conference in PCCI. Pwede na tayo mag-picture? Pwede na? Can we all smile? Lahat po tayo ay ngumiti na. Marami-rami po yan. Okay, are we good? Lahat na ba nagkaroon na ng pictures? O meron pa. Sige, I see so many familiar faces. Ngiti lang po lahat, ngiti lang po. Okay na? Ang dami na. Okay, I think we have taken most of us ngayon, di ba? Abangan niyo na lang po yung mga pictures natin na yan nalalabas sa, hindi ko lang alam kung anong tabloid o daily na paglalabasan ng pictures na yan. But then again, syempre, PCCI will give us a copy of those pictures. Oh, sige. Game na tayo. Eto na. Lahat na. palagay ko hindi ko lang alam kung kasama kami dito ng mga secretary at Ma'am Gigi, baka naman po, hashtag baka naman. Ito na, sisimulan na natin ang raffle. Ito yung ating spin a wheel at very simple, nabigay na po natin yung mechanics earlier at kailangan nyo mag-raise ng hand. Yes, ma'am? Yes, ma'am?
Kasama kayo lahat. Ang hindi lang kasama ako.
Marami. I'm sure ang mga nasa back end natin ngayon will be happy hearing your generosity. But kung iyon po tinake niyo po ng talaga pong gagawin, I'm sure tuwang-tuwa po ang lahat ng mga tao involved dito sa conference na ito. But then again, we would like to continue. Mag-spin na po tayo ng wheel. Nabanggit na po natin yung ating mechanics. Okay, ready na tayo. Go! Spin a wheel. Oh, ayan ang ating first winner. We will validate. Paki-raise ang hand daw, Miss Diana Masalunga, kung nandyan po kayo para po ma-validate ng ating secretariat. Secretariat, let us know. Ito po yung para sa 10 JBL na earphones. Wait lang natin ng konti at binavalidate na po siya. Ayan, spinning ulit yung wheel natin. Another winner, Mr. Felix Balando Jr. So tignan natin kung nandyan din si Sir Felix. Paki-raise ang hand para po ma-validate. O teka, meron tayo dito. Wala na raw po si Miss Diana. So mangyayari nito, we will then again spin yung wheel. Sayang naman si yung ating unang winner. At ito pa, wala rin si Sir Felix. Naku, sayang. So, mas maraming chances pa para doon sa ating mga kasamahan ngayon. Go ahead, spin natin ulit yung wheel. Okay, let's see Tignan natin, dino-double check na itong ating next winner. Kung nariyan na, meron na tayong napili. Unfortunately, wala rin po yung dapat na winner. O sige, so next ulit tayo. Ikot, ikot, ikot. And then, meron na ulit tayong napili. Again, iba-validate po na ng ating team. Hintayin lang po natin quickly. Hindi ko alam kung talaga pong may nagdadasal na para sila ang manalo. Wala rin po yung ating isang napili. So, sige, moving forward tayo. Let's roll and spin it yung wheel natin. We have chosen again another winner for validation. Wala rin yung ating supposedly winner. Sige lang, spin a wheel pa tayo. Doon sa mga natitira't nandyan pa, matuwa po tayong lahat. Another winner for validation. Yan. So, i-announce natin, nandito si Miss Cynthia Vidal. Congratulations, Miss Cynthia. Secretariat will get in touch with you for this. Ayan. Yun, meron na tayong winner. Mukhang ito na magkakasunod-sunod. May nakita ako isang comment sa chat box. Sabi ni Miss Daisy yata yun. Sabi niya, more chances of winning. Another winner, we will be checking kung
Hindi siya,
okay
sila.
siya.
Present siya. Sige, manang beto. Ikaw may Grace, come hand. Sige na.
Another winner, Miss Corazon Acol. So nandito si Miss Corazon. Ayan. We have 2 winners na. Next, we have another one. Let's see kung ito nandito pa rin. Yung ating winner before we announce it. Wala na. So game tayo. Yung susunod na ulit. Maraming may gusto na sila rin ng manalo. Let's see. Kilala ko tong supposedly winner na to. Nandito kaya siya? Ayan. So, ang another, pangatlo, if I'm not mistaken, pangatlong winner natin, si Miss Christine Clamor. Ayan, Christine, ibalato mo na lang daw sa amin yan. So, we have 3. Paki-confirm everyone sa Secretariat, 3 na winners natin. And then may napili na ulit tayo. Validating. Validating lang itong mga ating nasa spin of wheel. Wala po yung isang napili natin. So we move on. Wala rin yung sumunod na nanalo sana. Move on. We have chosen another one sa ating spin of wheel. Validating kung nandito siya. Hinihintay lang po natin yung ating mga representative para i-check. Winners, si Ellie Narciso. Ayan, we have another winner of JBL headphones. In a wheel, let's see kung nandito yung ating winner. Wala po yung supposedly winner natin. So spin a wheel pa. Maraming may gustong manalo. Let's validate yung ating next winner. Wala rin yung ating next winner. Tuloy lang spinning ng wheel. Napakaganda nito, no? Imagine niyo pati yung sa setup natin na electronic ng spin a wheel. Wala rin yung next winner sana. Tuloy lang po. Dami nang wala. Sayang. Yan. Hintayin natin. We have chosen another one. Wala rin po yung ating napili. Sige, tuloy lang tayo. Spin a wheel.
Celine Darsen.
Mukhang alam ni ma'am na andyan daw si Miss Celine Darsen. Winner! Our next winner si Miss Celine Darsen. Congratulations! Nanalo ka ng JBL headphone. Tingnan natin if itong next natin is nandito. Wala rin daw ang ating next winner sana. So tuloy tayo, spin a wheel. Dati-dati sa mga perya, alam po itong spin a wheel na to. Ngayon, nag-iba na. Nasa laptop na at computers na. Let's see if another winner is here. Andiyan ba siya? Wala rin daw. Tuloy.
Ano yan, Paolo?
Taga saan po, ma'am?
It's from Canada.
From Canada. Sayang, sayang. All the way from Canada. O, let's see itong susunod na winner natin. Wala rin po ang next sanang winner. Tuloy ang bola. Bola na tuloy talaga. Tuloy ang spinning ng wheel. Wala rin yung ating huling napili. Tuloy pa rin tayo. Sige. From the backend, paki-confirm we have 5 na. 5 na ba? Next, we have chosen another winner. Let's see kung nandito po siya. Wala rin daw. So tuloy lang tayo. Another winner, let's see. Validating. Wala rin daw. So tuloy pa. Tingnan natin kung narito rin siya. Wala rin daw yung next. So, sige pa. Spin wheel. More chances for those who are still here. Adjin ninyo, di ba? Tingnan natin. Winner. So, meron tayong winner, si Miss Corina Bautista. So, nandito si Miss Corina. Ayan. Congratulations, Miss Corina Bautista. Let's see if another one is here. Wala rin. O sige, next. Next tayo. Wala rin siya. Tuloy. Spin a wheel. Tingnan natin kung nandito pa itong ating next winner. Wala rin daw. Go ahead. Ang dami nang nawala. Sayang ang kanilang sana yung premyo nila. Diba? Sayang. Ito, let's see. Ang daming umaasa, no? Parang paasa. Wala rin daw. O yan, habang yung umaasa pa rin, may chance para po tayo. Tingnan tuloy. Another winner sana. Let's see. Wala rin daw. Tuloy ang ikot. Meron talagang mga swerte, alam niyo, sa mga gantong raffle. At meron ding mga malas talaga. Let's see if this another person is lucky enough. Wala rin. Go ahead. Go, go, go. Sabi ng ating ang dami mga present pa rin. Yan. Nalo kaya itong ating next winner na supposedly ng JBL headphones. Yung mga bagong-bago, usong-uso. Wala rin siya! Sige, tuloy pa! For JBL headphones. Another winner. Meron ba tayo? Ayan, narito. Winner si Miss Susan Nunga. Ayan, si Miss Susan Nunga. Congratulations!